That's my name. It's a pretty big claim. Would you agree? Well, there's not a whole religion built around Santa Claus. There's not like several readings. Well, you are talking about a religious individual. What do you mean might be? Wait a minute. Is there Christianity? Yes or no? Okay. Is it a religion? Okay, and this religion is based upon whose life? See, oh, it did it. And what was it called then? Oh, this should be good. Oh, okay, okay. And what would be your evidence that this supposed religion was established prior to Jesus Christ and the life thereof? uh, yeah. So from well, I think that it's really rich for you to establish. How are you correlating? No, no, no. Wait a minute. Ha- how do you know those things are right? The Bible is going to be your book. Mhm. Mhm. Well, how can the New Testament be before the individual that it was about? Mm. So wait a minute here. So the stories being published and its timeline, would it not be after things already happened? Okay. Okay. Right. And your cute little comments about Santa Claus and Harry Potter and all that other stuff. Right. But those are fictitious characters. Hold on, hold on. Mhm, 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 mhm. Well, I'm not aware of any of these things that you speak of. No, 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 no. I'm asking you, right? A question and questions thereof, and no, no, you, yeah, it is. Uh, so I'm gonna say one. Well, I'm gonna say one thing, and then you're probably gonna get upset. Okay. Um. So with the premise of that being the case, are you okay with that? Yeah, mhm, mhm. Yeah, in 2000 years from now, right? What is there going to be evidence that you existed? You. It depends on what.
Things.
And
It
what are
depends
those
on
things?
what gets kept. What all gets.
What gets kept? Do you think they're gonna? Do you think they're gonna write books about you?
I have a book. So yeah,
Did you write the book?
yes.
Okay. Do you have what's the name of the book?
It says right here above my head, Christ before Jesus.
Christ before Jesus. Okay.
Yeah. So
And
do
do
you
you
have
think
any
that's
evidence to why
is
what
that
I
your
said was
legacy?
somehow incorrect?
No, is that your legacy? It's really rich
Oop,
for you
sorry
to.
there. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, over on YouTube, I apologize. For some reason, there was a lot of time there where it was not coming through. About 5 minutes, my mic was not coming through, but I don't know why
Mhm.
it stopped. But it's good now. But yeah, I don't give a shit about me. We're talking about Jesus and Paul. What is the evidence that what I said was incorrect?
Well, I would say that you're alive and you're having an experience,
Awesome,
correct?
cool. So give me the evidence for how
Mhm.
what I said was incorrect or Jesus existed 2,000 years ago.
Well, I'm gonna have to look into this because I don't think
I
that
mean, you said it was
that
rich and
would
you
be
laughed at
correct.
my evidence, but yet you have
Yeah.
to look into it. So you don't actually know whether or not
So
what I
let me
said
get
was
this
incorrect.
straight. You,
Mm.
right? Mr. I wrote a book and therefore this is my legacy knows more than the diocese. Is that correct?
What?
Yeah.
Okay, so really quick, uh, Zeus
Hmm.
didn't exist, right?
I don't know. You tell me. Did he?
I'm asking you, do you believe that Zeus existed?
No.
So you know more than all the Greek philosophers? Yeah, you see how stupid that sounds? Just because I disagree with someone's take on something doesn't mean I know more than them. Do I know more about like Christianity and specifically like the historicity of Jesus than most of the people who work at the diocese? Yes, but they're going to know a lot more. They're going to know a lot more
Oh,
about like the church of
that's
like
so
the church's
rich.
history itself, like going back to like
That's
maybe the
so
fourth
rich.
century or something. Please
Yeah,
provide any evidence as to
so
what I said
rich.
was wrong.
Yeah, yeah. How did you get this information from the Library of Alexandria?
I didn't.
You didn't. Who did?
I didn't say anything came from the Library of Alexandria.
Oh, what? Where is all that information?
I haven't made any appeal to it, so I don't know why you're asking about it.
But where is it?
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you referring to?
The library in Alexandria
The
that was
library in
sacked.
Alexandria would like the remains
Mhm.
of it would be in Alexandria. Like what are you
It
talking
was
about?
sacked. It was sacked, was it not?
Okay. I haven't appealed to
Yeah.
anything that's in the Library of
Do you know
Alexandria.
where? Do you know where that information that was saved from that library? Do you know where it is?
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yes, it does.
Okay, please provide evidence for why something in the Library
It's
of
in the
Alexandria has
catacombs
something to do with it.
of the Vatican, sir.
Awesome. What does that have to
And
do with
you're
what we're
telling,
talking
oh,
about?
wait a minute, and you're telling me,
Hmm.
the man that has very little access to
So what
all
is in the
these ancient
catacombs? Tell me, be
documents,
very
you're going
explicit.
to
What do
tell
they
me that
have
you
that's going
know
to have anything
more
to do
than
with
the
it?
fucking diocese?
Sweet. So please explain what they have that's got
This
evidence
is
for Jesus
funny.
or Paul.
All I can say is you're in the desert, guy.
Sounds good.
You are in the desert.
Sweet.
How long have you been in the desert? I'm just curious.
Sweet. So please provide evidence for what they have over at the catacombs that is
Mhm.
specifically talking about Jesus or Paul.
You can only know what you know. I understand. It's okay,
Do
buddy.
you not know then?
No, I don't. I don't
Okay,
have
cool.
access to
Well,
them.
thanks for bringing up something you don't know. Did you
Mhm.
have any other evidence before
No,
we go
I'd
ahead
like you
and
to
take you
answer
back
my
down?
question. I'd like to answer. I'd like you to answer my question.
Sure. What you got?
How long have you been in the desert?
I don't know what that means.
You don't.
I have no idea what you're
I
talking
don't
about,
know.
man.
This is the first time that anyone's asked you
Yep.
that simple question.
I have no idea what you're referring to. So,
Mhm.
did you have anything else, or did you want to keep jacking off at the mouth?
Oh, I'm jacking off at the mouth now.
Yes.
Do you think God knows you?
What?
Do you think God knows you.
Yeah, that's irrelevant to whether or not Jesus or Paul existed.
Well, that's why you're in the desert.
Cool,
Don't
sounds
you
good.
get
Do you
it?
have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Yeah,
All
I
right, please
do.
present it.
Well, you're going to call it antidotal because that's what people like you do.
No, I would call it anecdotal because I know how to use English.
Oh, okay. So, I have personally
Mm-hmm.
had an experience called an NDE,
Okay.
and
Did
I've
you have that
spoken to
2,000 years
Jesus.
ago, or was it sometime during your life?
Does it matter?
Yes, because we're talking about something 2,000 years ago. Would you like to provide evidence for that?
Oh, okay. So my experience and my relationship needs to meet your standards. Okay,
Well,
cool.
no, it's not my standards. It's explicitly the topic. We're talking about something 2,000 years ago. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that some guy named Hoodlum, which is pretty apt for this conversation, is actually going to have some kind of NDE. It doesn't say that in the Bible. It explicitly talks about people 2,000 years ago. So
Well, I don't
please
think that
provide
you
evidence for that
I
or
don't think
GTFO.
I don't think you ever existed. I don't think you're real.
That sounds good. You know who is
Yeah.
real? There is at least one person from the Bible who is real.
Israel? Israel?
Now, there's
Is that
one
it?
person from the Bible who is real.
And who's that in your opinion?
And his name is John C.
Alrighty. And again, I apologize over there on YouTube. I guess my microphone was off for like 5 minutes. I don't know why. Couldn't tell you why. No idea. It's just sometimes it just does that shit. It's weird. Anyways, if you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. If you're on YouTube, click the link that is in the chat. I'll make sure to put it into the chat. And you can come on up. Let's see. Gonna go ahead and put it in there. You might have to scroll up just a little bit, but please click the link that's in the chat. Come up here. Share your information for how you know that Jesus or Paul existed. Because, hey, look, that's the topic for today. It's the topic just about every day that I'm here. And if you don't have a TikTok, because TikTok is how I take guests, YouTube doesn't have that option. If you don't have a TikTok or don't want to go over to TikTok, not a problem. Send over a super chat. I promise I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. Let's see. And I'm actually going to read the one that's coming in just a second here. But the word of the day, because look, I will read it in the comment. I will read it in a super chat, even if it's calling me stupid or whatever. The word of the day is dummy. The word of the week is dummy. Dummy. If you somehow find a way, I mean, you can call me a dummy, I guess, but if you can find some kind of clever way to call me a dummy, I will put it up there on the board. Also, the TikToker of the week. TikToker of the week. Chaos Engine Gaming. Chaos Engine Gaming. Yes, it is a gaming channel. How did you know? And yes, it's also very chaotic. And it's also an engine, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea. Anyways, the point is, Chaos Engine Gaming goes live on TikTok. I don't think he streams on YouTube. I don't think so. Maybe he does. I have no idea. But he's at least on TikTok, does a bunch of Call of Duty. He's actually pretty good. Pretty good. But anyways, try to put Chaos Engine Gaming, somehow work that into your super chat, and I will put that up on the board. Absolutely. Chaos Engine Gaming, the word dummy. Let's go find it. Okay, $4.99 there from McDubbin, who says Joker laugh followed by a gaslighting attempt. Caller is slurring, shit-faced in the morning on a Monday. In other words, typical Christian soldier. Yeah, unfortunately, they're not sending their best. And by that, I mean the Christians. They're not sending their best. They're not sending their best. Pretty good. All right, Gloria Sean, what's going on?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Not the voice I thought it was going to be, but anyways, yeah, I can hear you. It's a little quiet, but I can hear you.
Okay. I want to ask you, do you believe that John the Baptist existed?
I am fine either way. There for John the Baptist. There's definitely some really good evidence to suggest that the Josephus reference to John the Baptist has been altered, at least in some sense. But nevertheless, he writes quite a bit about him. So I would, and it doesn't seem to line up exactly what the Bible says. So that's a little weird. But
Okay,
it is
but I
the
want to
only
ask-
evidence that we have. So I would be open to the idea that John the Baptist did not exist.
Okay, now have you heard of a sect known as the Saints?
What?
The Essenes, just like we have the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and the Essenes.
Oh, the Essenes. Essenes. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, and you believe that they practice what is known as water baptism.
Maybe.
Which is the same way John the Baptist also practiced, right?
Okay.
So if the
like a mikvah of some kind, it's like, all right, it's not really a problem.
So that means it increased the chances that the existence of John the Baptist existed, right?
I mean, kinda. I mean, people washing each other doesn't necessarily mean that like one specific guy named John also washed them. Yeah.
Okay, can I finish?
Well, sure, but go ahead.
Okay, John the Baptist was an anti-temple person, right? He didn't believe in the temple, right?
I mean, there's not a lot of evidence for that, but okay.
Okay, most Essenes don't believe in temple, right?
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not. I mean, I see where you're going, but this isn't really good evidence necessarily. You're just talking about peripheral things to him, but sure.
Okay, I'm getting there. The same thing. I think the same way also goes to the way Jesus talked. He was very kind of anti-temple, right?
Okay.
Right. So in a way, they kind of align more with the essence, right?
Okay. What's your point? Because we're talking about Jesus and Paul. That's the main point here.
Now, my point is that for John the Baptist to appear in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, that means it increased the chances that Jesus existed.
Cool. Well, the first gospel, Evangeline, doesn't have him in there.
Now, again, the gospel came in the first century, not in second century.
No, there's no evidence that it came out in the first.
Yes, it did.
Now, wait, what's the evidence that it came out in the first?
Now, the answer is in Mark 14, verse 1.
Mark 14, 1. All right, Mark 14,
yes.
1. All right, we're taking a look here. What's the best? That's probably the best one there. Okay. Let's go ahead, and there it is. Okay. Oh, is it showing? Oh, no, it's not. There we go. Okay, Mark 14. And it was 2 days before Passover and the festival of unleavened bread. The chief priests and the scribes were looking...
Wait. You said festival of unleavened bread, right?
What? Unleavened bread?
Unleavened bread. Yes, right?
Okay.
Now, do you have ChatGPT with you?
No.
Now, can you go to ChatGPT?
No.
Because the answer is that festival in unleavened bread.
What?
Please try it. Just try it. You see where I'm getting.
Just get to your point, man. Like, what does this have to do with?
If you go to ChatGPT and you type calculate the number of years from Herod death to what is his name? Pilate rule. It aligns more with the 33 years. Are you hearing me?
I'm going to keep it real with you, Chief. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I really don't. Like, you're just kind of saying some stuff about, like, I think you said something about Pilate in there. I mean, this...
Yes.
I don't... You were bringing up, like, John the Baptist and shit, and the Essenes, and you just kind of said he was in the Gospels. I said he wasn't in the first one, so I don't know why that matters. And now you're somehow maybe tying it back together. Just get to your point.
Yeah. Now, my point is that the gospel was written in the first century, not the second century you claim it was.
Okay. Well, are you saying that this is the evidence that it was written in the first century?
Yes.
How?
The festival. Now, that's why I told you, can you go to ChatGPT?
No, I can't. Just get to your point. What does it say?
Now, it's tallying more with that. If you use Luke on, it is 22 years. But if you use the Matthew suggestion, it aligns more with the 33 years which Jesus preached and also
Who cares?
died.
What does this have to do with this book written in the first century?
And again, the essence now, were they before Jesus' era or after Jesus' era? The Dead Sea Scroll.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Just give me the reason that the book was written in the first century. Are you saying that the story is in the first century? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's in the first century.
Well, yeah, dipshit. Like, it's very clearly in the first century. Like,
So if it's
Pilate
in the
died
first,
in 39. So yeah, it would have to be the story
yes,
is in the first century. I'm talking about the books being
so
written in the second century.
yes, not in this. It wasn't written. So it's the first
Okay,
century that it
please
was
get.
written.
Wait, what?
Yes, it was written in first century,
Okay,
not
give
in
me the
second
evidence
century.
that it was written in the first century.
Now, okay, now if you look at Gospel of Mark and Matthew, is now is if you look at Mark on, it was written according to I don't. They said that Mark was a student of Peter, right?
What the fuck?
And okay, wait.
Give me the evidence that Mark or any of this
Okay,
was written in the first century.
now, if you look at Luke now, if you look at Matthew and Mark, there was a clear distinction between Galilee and Judea.
Yeah, because those are two different places.
But in Luke, Luke did not know that there is a clear distinction between Galilee and Mark. He thought that they were together.
What does that have to do with anything?
Now, what am I trying to get is that the person that wrote Luke is not somebody that knows anything concerning the geographical location of Judea
Okay.
compared to Matthew and Mark.
Well, that would
So
be
it has
really
to
weird because Luke is supposedly written in the first century when Galilee and Judea were definitely two
What?
places.
And because the person
You know what?
who
You
wrote
know what? You know what
now
wasn't a
relax,
place? You know what wasn't a
now
place in
relax,
the
let me
second
finish.
century? Judea.
Now let
Post Bar Kokhba revolt in 136, it wasn't even called Judea. It was called Syria Palestina, which is where we get Palestine today. So like, what are you talking about?
now what I'm talking about is that now Luke was someone that is a Gentile because according to Gospel, he claimed that he was someone who is a Gentile that was with Paul.
Where
And we
does
know
it
that
where
Paul,
does it say that the Gospel of Luke is written by Luke?
according to tradition, Catholic
Okay,
tradition.
cool. I don't care about tradition. Give me the evidence.
Now, the evidence is based on the person how did the details of the gospel. You see through the details of the gospel how the
What?
writer was
Okay,
writing
repeat that again because I didn't understand it. What was it?
the details of the gospel.
The
Like
details
in
of the
Mark
gospel
and
prove that it's written by
yes.
Luke?
Now, relax. In Matthew and Mark, there is a clear distinction between Galilee and Judea. But in Luke, it didn't really.
All right. Slight Edge 78. What you got? That was going nowhere. You just kept repeating the same shit.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes.
All right, thank you for having me on.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm here not to really argue, but one thing I wanted to point out that you mentioned on a few occasions about the synagogue, because there wasn't no synagogue before Jesus.
In Jerusalem.
In Jerusalem. Oh,
Mhm.
that's what okay. Because the thing is, I was doing some research about that, and I saw there was some in Masada and Magdala. So you just were specifically you were just specifically talking about Jerusalem.
Yeah. Yeah, because
Oh,
the idea of a synagogue is you would go there if you couldn't make it to the temple. But the temple is
right.
in Jerusalem. So
Mm.
I don't know why there'd be a synagogue in Jerusalem.
Oh, so you were specifically about no synagogue in Jerusalem.
In Jerusalem, yeah.
Oh. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I mean,
that clears
Philo
it
of
out.
Alexandria, he belongs to the Great Synagogue in Alexandria. But obviously
Okay.
that's in Egypt where you couldn't make it to Jerusalem. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the nuance that I missed then. Okay. All right. That's all I wanted to ask. Thank you for the work that you do, because some of those topics we need to talk about them,
Oh, yeah. I mean, at the very least, being able to say, hey, I can question this and see if it even lines up with history or anything like that. That's important.
Exactly. Because people will just stay in places and spaces because they just don't know. So if they know the whole information, the whole truth, they wouldn't. So yeah, kudos to you, man.
Yeah.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much. That was Slight Edge 78, everybody. Slight Edge 78. Also, did anybody have any clue what that other guy was saying? Like, I get that there's a bit of a language barrier, but I was trying my hardest to try to figure out what he was even pointing at. I have no idea. I have no idea. Biker Dave, I sent you an invite. If you want, you can come up and we can have a conversation here. Yeah, he wanted me to go to ChatGPT. I don't even have a ChatGPT. I have used ChatGPT once, and it was live on this show because I think someone, I can't remember what it was, but I went to ChatGPT live here, and I was like, I don't even really know how to work this. You just work it like Google, and yeah, for the most part you do, but literally never used it other than that one time. Don't look at me. I was depending on you to translate. Yeah, well, yeah, it was a bit strange. I don't use ChatGPT. Yeah, now I will use like every once in a while if I mention AI or something like that, it's because I'm using Google Gemini. But like it's usually for like, hey, can you like help me plan a day with my kids or something like that kind of thing. But other than that, no. All right. Let's see. We got 342. We went down by 2. 341. Oh my God. they're on TikTok. But over on YouTube, we got 282 people over there. If you want to come up, you definitely can. Click the link that's in the chat. Come on up. I want to have a conversation with you. I want to hear from you. Let's get into it. I honestly, I'd like to. I would love to get some evidence for Jesus or Paul. I think today's the day, guys. Today is the day. And if I've got to remind you, again, all you Bible-believing Christians out there, you better get in here. You better click that link and come up and give us evidence for Jesus or Paul 2,000 years ago, because 1 Peter 3:15 says, always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have, but do this with gentleness and respect. Make sure that if you think that Jesus or Paul actually existed, you come up here. Because if you don't come up here, you let God down, and when God gets sad, he unalives a puppy. Twice. Same puppy. The same puppy. Twice. Look it up. Look it up. It's in the book of Deuteronomy. All right. Let's see here. Twice. Yeah, he gets it. Save the puppies, guys. Save the puppies by coming up here. Click the link that's in the chat there on YouTube. If you're on TikTok, the link is right there or down there, the button there to request. Gloria Sean, I'll give you one last chance to explain what the hell you're talking about.
Okay. So are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you. Just give me the evidence.
Okay. Have you read this? This guy is known as Gnostic Informant.
I've heard of him. Yeah.
To his channel?
Yeah. I don't know if I know. I don't know if I don't know him per se, but I know of him. Yeah.
Now, according to him, he brought out two theories that there are two sects of Judaism, which is the Temple Judaism and the anti-Temple Judaism.
Cool. All right. So unless this is going to end in evidence for Jesus, go ahead.
No, it's not a matter of. It's a matter of the doctrine.
Why do I care about the doctrine? Just give me the evidence for Jesus or Paul, man. Like that's what we're talking about here.
Now, you know that Jesus is from Nazareth, right?
From what? No, I don't, because Nazareth didn't even exist at the beginning of the first century. You keep stepping in it, man.
Okay, you don't believe Nazareth existed in the first century?
At the beginning of the first century.
Okay, it never existed in the beginning of the first century.
Yep.
Okay, let's assume that Nazareth was nothing more but a poor town. It wasn't.
I don't know how it has a synagogue.
Now,
if it was just some poor camp, how did it have a synagogue in the Synoptic Gospels?
Where does it have a synagogue? It's not Capernaum, and Capernaum is close to
the
sea.
No. Jesus Christ, dude. It's like you haven't read the Bible.
Where it has a synagogue.
This is Luke 4. All right, verse 14, he goes to Galilee. Verse 16, to Nazareth. When he came to Nazareth, where he had been brought up, he went to the synagogue.
And that is why I said Luke doesn't know.
Why do I give a shit about that? Like, it's still presented as having a synagogue, dude.
Listen, Luke didn't know that there's a difference between Galilee and Judea.
Okay, cool. That doesn't help your case that it was written in the first century, then.
No. You have to look at the character of the person who is writing the gospel. Is he someone that knows what he's writing about, or is it someone that's doing?
Dude, just give me the evidence for Jesus or Paul. Hurry up.
Now, the evidence is in Mark and in Matthew.
Okay. What is the evidence?
Now, Okay, now the evidence is through John the Baptist.
All right. You're about to get blocked, dude. Just give me the evidence for Jesus, Paul. Hurry up.
Now John the Baptist's teaching more aligns with the essence and
All right.
aligns more with the essence.
I think the guy was maybe just a troll. I honestly have no idea. I think he was trolling. Jesus Christ. Like, dude, what the hell are you talking about? All right. If you believe that Jesus was from Nazareth, here's Mark 6. He left that place and came to his hometown, and his disciples followed him. On the Sabbath, he began to preach in the synagogue. Yep. Sorry. If you believe Jesus was from Nazareth, it doesn't just happen in Luke, it happens in Mark as well. Okay. Thank you very much for the €1 over there from Misconceptions there on YouTube. Thanks for the super chat there. All right. There's some people chirping in the chat there on they're on TikTok. I picked the wrong week to quit. The airplane. You like movies with gladiators? Ever been to a Turkish prison? Man. Yo. All right, you keep asking the same question there. What's his name? Taking over King's seats. Just, I sent you an invite. Just come up. We can have the conversation. It's not a problem. Amadeus Almighty in the chat, everybody. Probably getting it. Yeah, a little bit. It's kind of slow. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. We got plenty of people in here. It's almost like no one wants to actually come up and give evidence for Jesus. Like every day that I start this, I think, either today is going to be the day that we understand that like all people are now mythicists, or today's going to be the day that I got evidence. And then it just kind of peters out like this. What is going on? Built by Hassan.
What's up, man? How are you?
Hi. What you got for us today, man?
I mean, I'm not well versed in this like you are. I mean, you do this every day. It's like your 9 to 5, right? So you're like knowledgeable on this way more than I am. But I just have a question for you. What is your take on the Quran mentioning Jesus?
Islam is an offshoot of Christianity, and I'm not really sure why something that was written almost 300 years after Christianity becomes the official religion of the entire like Roman Empire. Like, I have no idea why that's surprising to people.
Why do you say it's an offshoot of Christianity? I mean, there is obviously a lot of similarities, but
like the earliest Muslims, it's just like a reformation of Christianity that becomes like geographically isolated, politically isolated to the point to where it becomes its own religion. It's like Mormonism. Yeah, Islam is nothing more than just desert Mormonism, but instead of going to polytheism, they try to go a little bit more towards monotheism. It's just hard-nosed monotheistic Christianity is all Islam is.
You don't believe like Muhammad was given this message?
Why would I just grant them magic out of all the religions?
I mean, I wouldn't say magic, but I would just say like a man in the desert without any knowledge or obviously
knowledge.
Well, he said he was illiterate, he couldn't read, couldn't write.
Okay. I don't think he had anything to do with the book. And even if he couldn't read, he couldn't write, then why would I? Who cares? Like what It doesn't, and
because
not to mention, we see that there's multiple authors in the text, anyways. So it doesn't like even if he had a part in it, he only wrote part of it.
yeah, well, I don't. He didn't write it. It was like orally. That's what like Muslims believe, right? He
Well,
was given this
nevertheless, we
message
still see
orally.
three distinctly different, authors, which would mean that either like at best two people were changing just about every word he said to meet their desires or to match their
Well,
desires as to what to write.
well, it was completed in like about 60 years. Like the Quran itself was completed about 60 years after the death of Muhammad, if I'm not mistaken. So
I still
majority of the
don't give a
book was
shit
written
really
during
because
his
there's not
time.
really any evidence that it comes explicitly from Muhammad. Not really. But even if it did, it doesn't really matter. It's still an offshoot of Christianity. Roughly a third of the surahs, which make up about half of the content, come from a source that is very clearly familiar with the stories of the Bible, including the New Testament. It borrows from the parable of the seven sleepers and the infancy gospel of Thomas, which is like 3rd to 4th century Christian texts. The earliest iconography for Islam was a cross, and they used to pray towards Jerusalem. So it's incredibly obvious that they are familiar with Christianity and like are an offshoot of it, or at least a blend of local stuff with Christianity,
But how
which
would they
is what
become
Mormonism is.
familiar with Christianity when there wasn't really Christianity?
Christianity was the official religion of the entire empire that was right next to Saudi Arabia for 300 years before the Quran shows up or before the Quran is finished. So, yeah, dude, they're going to be familiar with it. It
I
doesn't
don't
make
doubt you.
any
I don't
sense
doubt
that
you.
they wouldn't
Yeah.
be familiar with it.
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of like picking your brain at like what you think when you think about
Yeah,
it.
so
So
like I see the Quran as just something that's like the Book of Mormon. It's like another testament of Jesus Christ, but instead of like leaning a little more into Christianity and trying to be them and trying to be a part of it, that they're like, hey, we've heard these ideas, but we're going to also mix them in with some things that we either prefer or some of our culture, that kind of thing. And that's
then we're
fine. It's whatever. That's technically what Joseph Smith did, is he took like folksy, weird, like old wives' tales and shit like that from upstate New York and mixed it in with Christianity.
well, what would you think about the prophecies then? The prophecies that are in the Quran that came true like years later. Yeah, well, you can't just say that
Yeah, I
when
can. I don't
it
care. Like
there's
the
prophecies
prophecies are
that came true
incredibly
like
vague and
hundreds
not
of
very
years later.
specific. And lots of times, whenever things are written down that are specific, we can tell that it's been written from the perspective of somebody who's already lived through it. Which is why, like Daniel, for instance, has prophecies that are really, really accurate, but the actual story of Daniel isn't very accurate. So it's pretty clear that they were writing after the prophecies came true and just casting the story back. So it doesn't. I don't really care. Like,
I mean, I can't name a prophecy off the top of my head. The only one that's coming to my head right now is like the Bedouin Muslims becoming the ruling class of like all of the Arabs and creating big, tall skyscrapers or whatnot. So,
yeah, no. In no
I
way,
mean,
shape, or form does it mention skyscrapers. That's not a thing. But
well, it
so
mentioned
yeah.
tall buildings or something
Okay,
like that.
cool. Tall buildings are tall buildings. How tall does it have to be a tall building? 3 stories? Most houses aren't 3 stories, so I guess is that a tall building?
I get your point. It's vague,
Yeah,
but
that's how you know that
there's
a prophecy is really shitty, and it's not even really a prophecy. Like, definitely not a good one. I mean, I could say that there's going to be people who move into Kansas and make it or move into Montana and build skyscrapers. Eventually, people are probably going to fucking do that. Doesn't mean shit. And especially if I don't use the word skyscraper, I explicitly or mention how many floors it has. I just say tall building. That's incredibly vague.
well,
Like,
that's just one example. There's many other examples.
well, check this out. Check this out. I'm not even going to say just a team is going to win the Super Bowl next year. I'm going to say that a good team with a lot of fans is going to win next year.
I mean, that's extremely vague. But if you
Yeah, that's how
say
that works. Okay. And
if
hey,
you say like
check with me in a year from now. I'll be able to tell you what the name of that team actually was and who I meant. That's called post hoc rationalization.
that's one example though that I gave. There's other examples that are a little bit more specific. Other prophecies that are a little bit more specific. Like, for example, there was one with the war. I can't recall
What does
exactly
this
the
have to
quote.
do with Jesus and Paul, man? And very clearly the
I'm
Quran
trying to
is based off of Christianity. Like
I'm trying to like
it's not going to do
lean you
anything.
towards like confirming the Quran a little bit,
Confirming what about it?
that it may be the words of God.
Yeah, and I'm the King of England. You knew that, right? Like, you can tell by my
Are you?
face. Yeah.
No,
Yeah, of course. That's why I'm speaking English.
well,
Yeah, dude.
I mean,
Like, no, they're very
I get
clearly
where
it's
you're
dumb
going.
as shit. Like, it talks about like sperm coming between the rib cage and the backbone. Like, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, very clearly, it's a stupid book that's written by people that are just kind of piecing together some scientific ideas that they've heard of and that have been around for a long time, plus some ideas that they're coming up with that very clearly aren't true. It's silly. It's nonsense, dude. It does not in any way, shape, or form come from a deity, much less a deity that is giving them the new information. Even if it came from God, like imagine, if you will, God is all powerful, and I guess he interacts somehow. Even within Islam, he interacts with Jesus, but like, so Jesus shows up, he interacts with him, and God can't find out a way to explain to the Christians who are worshiping this guy as his son that he can't find a way to explain to them that, oh, no, he's not my actual son, until he reaches out to someone who can't write 500 years later. Why? Like,
Well,
what are you talking about?
throughout the Bible, Jesus proclaims that he is not the son. That he should
Cool,
that
but did the
Christians
Christians
should
believe
pray
that he
to.
was the son of God in the
Well,
3rd century?
yeah. Well, that's
Okay, yeah.
because
So they did. So God was like, you know what? I'm gonna let generations of these people just believe the wrong thing because I'm so upset with them, I'm gonna wait a good 200-300 years and then go tell a guy who can't read or write the real story. Okay, yeah, cool, man. That's dumb as shit.
I mean,
Anyways, like, come on, you got to see through that. That's ridiculous. That doesn't make any sense. If God was that concerned about making sure that people knew that Jesus was not his actual son, and especially that Jesus wasn't actually crucified, even though all the Christians believed it, why didn't he just, like, I don't know, tell them, the people who were clearly able to read and write and fix Christianity? Why would he need to wait hundreds of years and tell somebody in the fucking desert who doesn't know how to read or write? Like,
well,
I'll tell
like
him the secrets.
I mean, throughout the Bible, like throughout the Torah, Bible, and the
Which is
Quran,
also bullshit, by the
he
way.
sends. Well, yeah, your opinion, but he
No,
sends.
it's still bullshit. Like,
Based on that logic, he sends messengers throughout history.
the ones that
to-
can't read or write.
Well, whether they can read or write or not, whether they were,
Yeah, well, what a
Adam
good
or-
messenger. The person who can't actually communicate in a way that would actually get to multiple people and last past his lifetime.
Well, that's
Like,
why-
and God
that's why
would have
they
known that he'd
standardized
come
it.
up with the Quran anyways. So, like, God would have known that the Quran is, like, the intention. Like, that's the goal. So make sure to tell the guy who can't write it and make sure that multiple people change the way he says it so that we can see, using stilometry, that there's multiple authors on it. No, dude. Like,
Well, where are you?
it's
where are
silly.
you getting that from? That the people that wrote down what he? Where are you getting that from? Where's your evidence on
Were you
that?
getting what?
The evidence that what Muhammad was, the gospel that Muhammad received, or the Injil, like the Injil that came to him. You said that those multiple authors, changed what he.
Because we can see stylometrically that there's multiple authors within the text. In fact, the difference between these is greater than the difference between known authors in Arabic 200 years apart. So yeah, it's pretty obvious that they are not the same author. They're working together to put together this particular text. Now, part of it could have been around prior to Muhammad. In fact, we actually have some carbon dated pieces of the oldest manuscript of the Quran, which the majority of the date range actually is outside of Muhammad's life, like before he even shows or could have been able to read or write. So, I mean, it's pretty
Which one
obvious
is
that
that? That's the Birmingham one you
I believe
mentioned?
so, yeah. But that being said, it still doesn't matter, dude. Like, who cares? It's clearly not from God. And anybody who reads this and it wasn't brought up in it or something like that, like if you bought into this as an adult, like you need to rethink your life, man. Because like that's that's really it's kind of pathetic to be like, oh hey, like I'm gonna think that this book that shows up hundreds of years after Jesus and talks about the real story of Jesus comes from God. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Why couldn't God just tell the Christians directly, you've got it wrong? He wasn't crucified and he's not my son. Why couldn't he tell anybody who could read or write for hundreds of years and then decides to tell somebody who can't read or write the real
The
story?
cliche would be is God works in mysterious ways, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. That's what people say whenever it's clear that it's a stupid way that their belief says that he worked in, and people poke holes in it. So they just go, oh, I don't know. Oh, yeah, you don't know because it doesn't make sense. Like, it just doesn't.
Well, it's kind of easy to pick at like the Bible or the Quran or whatever because they're
Yeah,
such
because
old
it doesn't make
texts.
sense.
Well, not only that, but we don't have real evidence, or like you said, we only have one parchment or of a carbon dated copy of like whatever, however many years ago, thousands of years ago. We don't have more evidence. Like we don't have more carbon dated like parchments or more other texts outside of the religious text to prove the the Bible or the Quran. So it's
Okay,
kind
we
of
can
easy
still
to
see
pick.
where these texts come from. The Quran still uses Christian texts like the parable of the seven sleepers and the infancy gospel of Thomas. And these are late Christian texts. It would make sense that they would use them. It's obvious they're pulling from Christianity, and Christianity got it wrong. So I don't know why they're pulling from them. It's nonsense, dude. Like, it's nonsense. You think God told Muhammad, a guy who can't read or write, to make sure to put this down so the ultimate goal is something that is written, a story that comes from a comes from a book known as the Infancy Gospel of Thomas, where Jesus is clearly the Son of God and ends up as a kid making another kid explode. You think God's like, that's the book that I want to use a story from to tell this guy who can't read or write so that a book gets written hundreds of years later.
Which book?
This is the Infancy Gospel of Thomas. It is used in the Quran. So, like, there's so many ways to show that this isn't directly from a deity, an all-knowing deity. Maybe one who's an asshole, maybe, like, but not a all-knowing, caring deity. So, anyways, if you got anything else for Jesus Paul, just please let me know. But
No, I think that's it. I just wanted to kind of talk about that.
I mean, are you like a convert to Islam or something? Like, why are you defending
I
this?
was. I'm not defending it. I'm just asking questions. I was born.
Okay.
I was born into it, and I'm kind of exploring
Like
religion.
deconstructing it or something?
Yeah, not just the Quran, but I'm exploring like Judaism and the Bible itself. So
Well,
and
I
the
mean,
Quran itself. So
you're just. That's like saying, wow, the fish in this pond kind of suck. I'm going to just move to the other side of the pond. Like,
well, no, I'm not
okay.
saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just in my process of like kind of reading through the text and learning more about it. That's what it is.
I mean, yeah, but what you need, look,
I'm sure you came to your conclusion by doing the same process.
no.
No,
I did not. I did not in any way, shape, or form take a look at the religion I was raised in by going to other religions and thinking, hey, this is similar to them. Let me read into their text.
What religion were you raised?
I was raised within Christianity.
Okay, so
no, so I did not go and say, oh, hey, let me go read all the books from Judaism or something. Let me go talk to some rabbis or something like that. I didn't say, oh, let me go read the Quran or something. Like, no, No.
But you tested your own religion, right? You questioned Christianity.
But that didn't
Right,
just I didn't just immediately go, you know what I should do is I should leave this religion and go to a completely to a different one.
No, but
I'm going to leave this religion and go to one that's like its next door neighbor. Why would I do that? Like that's
No,
like
no.
saying, hey, if there's no master in this religion, then whose slave will I be? Oh, I'll pick this master. Why? Don't be a slave, dude. Like you don't have to be.
So you're atheist then, right?
What did I say? When did I say that I was atheist? Come to Mormonism, brother. Yeah. It's Mormonism. It's upstate New York Islam, except more gods instead of fewer. I mean, why settle for just, virgins in heaven when you can have your own planet? Mormonism, everybody. Go get Mormon. Not to mention we have special holy underwear that blocks the demons from flying up your ass.
You're avoiding the question.
What was your question?
What do you consider yourself as?
An odontologist.
Hello?
Yeah. I can't hear you when you're off the app. So if you're saying something off the app, I can't hear you.
Oh yeah, no, I said yeah, which is what? Can you enlighten me on that?
Odontology. You can look it up in your own time, but it doesn't, not really about me here. But nevertheless, if you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, let's get to it.
I don't have evidence of that, but thank you for your time, man. It was nice having a conversation with you.
Yep. Let's see here. If anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up here. I don't know. I think maybe he was either getting a call or getting a text, or it's possible he was like searching for something maybe, but I don't know. He kept hopping off the app. I have no idea. I don't think it was nefarious. I think he was just maybe doing some searching. All right. Drake says, my favorite part of the Book of Mormon is where Joseph Smith says it's it's Mormon time, and then he morms over everybody. I like that. It just morms all over the place. Okay. Let's see. What is this person talking about over there? Who's Abdul Hakim or something in the chat? Looks like he's chirping, but I don't know. Mighty Mormon Power Rangers. And the Red Mormon by far is the Red Ranger is Dan McClellan. That's funny. And whenever they put their parts together, they don't make like a dinosaur or a robot or something. They make like a giant white salamander. Oh, that'd be pretty cool. Okay. Mr. Mika said, hey, didn't know we have the same religion, odontology. Hell yeah, brother. Cream, grab the cream. Yeah. All right. Deep cut. Yeah, it was a deep cut. What about the Green Mormon? I don't know. He may turn into the Garden of Eden or something. The Pink Mormon can only soak, though. That's funny. Oh, yeah. Who's got... Whoa. What dinosaur does Dan pilot? I don't even know. The Red Mormon sounds a little racist for some reason. But it's out in Utah. So they get a pass. Spoiler alert, they did not get a pass. And also, the Black Ranger is right out. Very clearly Nephite. Or, no, not Nephite. Lamanite. What's going on, Senor?
That's senior. I'm Chad Rogers Senior, so my son's a junior. That's why I have senior. But anyway, that's beside the point. So
I learned a lot about you in like 10 seconds.
Right. Well, you said senior, like I'm not Latin, so
Fair.
Um, I'm not a debater. I'm 45, so I just want to have a simple conversation, just reasoning. Um, I guess the question I have is, whenever we have the Romans persecuting Jews, there's a lot of documentation with them persecuting Jews because they looked at them as incest and everything else because they would gather around and they greet each other with kisses and stuff of that sort and all this other stuff, and they uh, wouldn't bow down to their gods basically. So it looked at as a political issue there. So they
To be
persecuted
fair,
all the Jews.
everybody got the same persecution, if you want to call it that persecution. The Jews technically got one extra little pass, if you will, and that was to pay a tax called the Fiscus Judaicus starting in 70. Um,
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, you're right.
So,
Absolutely.
like, everyone else had to worship the Roman gods.
Sure.
The Jews either had to worship the Roman gods or pay a tax.
Sure. Okay. So, are we discounting that they were persecuted? The Christians were not persecuted, or
Wait, are you saying the Jews or the Christians? Because you said Jews
No,
earlier.
Christians? Sorry. Are we discounting that there's proof that Christians were persecuted?
Persecuted? No, not really. Not until about a 3 to 6 year period prior to the Edict of Milan coming out in 312. It wasn't really officially illegal or anything like that to be a Christian. Now, that being said, the Christians had issues with worshiping the Roman gods, which was the law. But while it might be a shitty law, it's still the law. Like,
But that was why they were persecuted.
Persecution isn't really the word that you should be using. Okay. Here in America, here in America, we have a here in America, we have a law. It says you cannot, sacrifice a goat in your backyard. You can't. That's literally illegal. It's animal cruelty. You understand that, right?
Yeah. So there's a person there saying, "Chess, prosecuted may be a better word."
Yeah, prosecuted, because they were getting in trouble for breaking the law. If someone in America decides, "Oh, hey, I've now got a religion, and this religion requires that I sacrifice a goat in my backyard," and then that person goes to jail. Is that persecution, or is that them breaking the law?
That's breaking the law.
It's breaking the law, and that's my point. It might be a dumb law to say that everybody has to at least acknowledge that the emperor is a god. That might be a dumb law, and eventually it gets changed. But nevertheless, it is a law. So, it's not really persecution. It's kind of on you to bend towards the rules of the society or the area or the empire that you live in, not the empire to bend towards what you're wanting. Yeah.
Right. So I guess in one's eyes, the Christian population might see it as persecution because they feel like they're being completely
much
unfair.
like the people who are part of the religion that wants to sacrifice a goat in their backyard, they might be like, "Oh, our guy was persecuted," and they might claim persecution, but it's not really persecution. But keep in mind, after 380, when Christianity becomes the official religion of the entire Roman Empire, they wasted no time destroying literally anything, including other Christians that they deemed satanic or against Christianity. So, the real persecution started in 380. In fact, a lot of the stories of persecution really come from people who are after Christianity becomes illegal in 312, because it's at that point that they started kind of justifying their own persecuting of other people with the idea that they're kind of getting retribution or revenge, if you will. A lot of the claims of early Christian martyrdom is more or less just kind of Christians later on just trying to make them look like they were persecuted so that they could justify going after people later on. You can actually check this out in this is Dr. Candida Moss's book, The Myth of Persecution. It's actually pretty eye-opening there for the persecution of the Christians.
I can't remember what the guy's name was, but I think he wrote a book called Rise of Christianity, where he promotes a growth rate from around 40 AD of maybe 1,000 Christians and having like a 40% growth rate to 300 AD in order to get to the 6 million number of Christians that were converted over. In order
Where'd they get 6 million?
It was in his book. So I could look it up real quick if you want to get the name.
Why does it need to be 6 million?
I don't know. That's what he said. So that's not what I said. I'm referencing what he said in his book. So
I'd be a little
yeah,
leery of reading books that are talking about
yeah,
religions and the number of
right.
6 million. But keep going.
Well, it's funny, because that number is quite often exchanged, especially when you're talking about 6 million Jews back in World War
Yeah,
One.
that's what I was saying. Like,
It's 6 million, six
you
million,
got to
six
be
million, six
careful because you
million.
might get into
It's
some
newspaper
stories.
articles and everything. Yeah, I understand where you're going with that. Basically my point is my line of thinking. You just actually stated it for the uh, Romans actually converted over to Christianity and abandoned their gods. So what's the thought process behind that if there was not a historical Jesus?
What? It's just because of the fact that they just changed. If there's not a historical Jupiter, then why did they believe in Jupiter? Why did they believe in their gods to begin with if there wasn't a historical version of them?
I'm not sure. That's why I'm asking you.
I mean, like, no, you're just picking one religion and you're just saying, oh, if there wasn't a historical Jesus, then why did they believe in that? I don't know. They believed in something prior to that. Wait,
Yeah.
is that historical too? Like, no, it's just, it was easy for the Romans to do this because Jesus is so syncretic. In fact, there's demigods within Christianity with the saints and stuff like that. So they just kind of replaced the god of doorways to, the patron saint of doorways. So if your door doesn't open, don't pray to the god of doors. Pray to the patron saint of doors, and you'll be good to go.
I'm not attacking you. I'm getting
No.
clarification.
I'm just saying it's
because
it made sense for Rome to switch, and they did because it was kind of easy, and Christianity was huge at this point.
Right, that's another thing I'm struggling with. Why would Christianity be so huge, and why would that?
Because in 380 it becomes the official religion. In 312 it became legal to proselytize. So with the Edict of Milan from Constantine, whose mother was Christian, and he may have also been a Christian, which would encourage other people to become Christians, by the way. This means that with the Edict of Milan, with all religions being legal, including Christianity, then they can go out and spread as much as they want. That's when it really caught fire. And so because it already had a hierarchy and everything like that was put together, you end up with you end up with something that already had laid out plans on how to conquer Roman Empire. Like it was fairly easy. But in the next 70 years, it took them 70 years from when they became officially legal all the way to the point to where they became the official religion. Which, by the way, I'd like to point out, if we gave as much power to a U.S. president as the Roman emperor got or received, then we came this close to getting Emperor Mitt Romney in 2012. And if he became emperor and made Mormonism the official religion of the American empire, that would have beat Christianity from when we get a book to when it becomes the official religion of an empire. It would have beat Christianity by 80 years. So Mormonism actually spread faster than Christianity, or at least we were this close to it spreading just as fast. So it doesn't really matter much. It just kind of
So
spread.
basically, you're just saying you don't have to have a historical anybody to have a religion.
No, that's why like the Romans had Jupiter. They based it off of Zeus. That's why the Greeks had Zeus. You don't have to have a historical person on Olympus throwing lightning bolts. You just have to have a belief in it. And got a belief in it, you're good to go.
Right. Well, I mean, it's very interesting to. I listen to you quite a bit. I just like I said, I just wanted to come up here and just kind of like see what your thought pattern was on all that, because it seems like there's a lot of people that die for religions, and it seems like it's pretty insignificant to die for something that sparked out of
people died for religions going all the way back to religions, man. I mean, the Spartans died for their gods. Like, that's just how it works. People believed that their god was going to save them, and they fought for their god and their hometown, their culture, and they connected their god with their culture. This just kind of happens. Or gods with their culture. C'est la vie. Like,
right.
I mean, if people dying for a religion meant anything about it, then I guess we should all be following the people who went down to Guyana with Jim Jones, down to Jonestown, and drank the Flavor Aid because they died for their religion.
Well, like I said, I'm not here to discount anything you're saying, because I actually looked into when Yahweh was actually first introduced, and you go
Mhm.
all the way back to 840, and it's like a regional god deity and what Lament or whatever. And it was, it's like really puts perspective on how things are attributed to how things societies form and how civilizations start, and how they try to explain things away.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to look at religion from a non-biased point of view, or like Christianity or the Abrahamic religions like Judaism or something like that, don't go to like the Wikipedia page for Christianity or Judaism or Islam or something like that, or Mormonism. Don't do that. Look at Yahwism. If you look at Yahwism, that is going to specifically cover the worship of Yahweh and go back to the oldest possible references to it, where it comes from, when it all kind of develops and evolves and stuff like that, and how it gets to where it is today. That is realistically, like, people go, oh, Abrahamic faiths and stuff. It's like, well, Abraham wasn't a real person, but like, I tend to view it more as just Yahwism. Like, I use the phrase Abrahamic faith because that's what people colloquially use and understand. But like, whenever you're actually looking into it, it's Yahwism. It's the belief in Yahweh, and that goes back pretty far, but explicitly from a group of people in that particular area that were just worshiping a deity, and most of the time they were worshiping multiple deities, but then focused on Yahweh over time.
I apologize. You probably didn't hear that. I was getting a phone call. I was asking you a question, and it's probably a very personal question. You don't have to answer it at all. I was just going to ask you: do you subscribe to any sort of religion at all, or any kind of?
Adonatology.
Okay.
Adonatology. Yep. You can look it up there in your own time, but Adonatology is pretty good to me.
10-4, brother. I'm going to go look it up right now.
Yeah, go look it up. Go look it up. All right. I will talk to you later, man.
Later.
All right. Let's see here. Quick super chats there. We got $5 from Joshua Scott. I don't know if that's Joshua S. Callan, or Joshua's Callan, or Joshua's Call On, or Joshua Scallon. I don't know how, but thank you very much for the $5 there. $2 there from Caesar. This user's name is Caesar Tuberous. That's awesome. Caesar Tuberous, $2 there. Thank you very much. Save the puppies. $2 from Dionysian Masks. Says Adonatology is the one true religion. I can't remember the gentleman who told me to look into that and just say Adonatology. But hopefully people go and look at it. Yeah, getting a lot of converts to Adonatology today, or at least people looking into it. At least people looking into it. Let's see. Vice, can I get your age for TikTok purposes?
I am now 28.
You say not 28?
Now.
Oh, I was like, wow. What about the other like 99 options? All right. Now 28. Yes, that is true. You had your birthday was what? 11 days ago or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Smart.
Surprised you remember that.
Yeah. All right. Now, my other question here is, are you an Adonatologist?
Correct.
Yeah. Not yes or no, just correct.
Yeah.
Are
I
you
said what
correct?
I said. Well, season 1, episode 8. You look good, and I like your hat.
Well, thank you very much. This hat, I actually got clowned online by Cyber. Thanks a lot, Cyber. Because the band came off, so I had to go and get a new band for it. But this new band has little stars on it, so that's Texas.
That's Texas.
Dallas.
That's Dallas, Texas.
Exactly. Let's see. Oh, somebody in the chat says I haven't reached 28.
So, do you say that you handle a lot of crash outs on here?
Handle them?
Yeah, like you see a lot of crash outs on here.
Yeah.
And then whenever it happens, you kind of test their patience a little bit.
I mean, maybe a little bit, I guess.
So you're a crash test dummy.
Pack it up. Dump it. It's over. Nope. See ya.
I done fucked up. I'm sorry, y'all. Jaren, come back. You can blame it all on me. You gotta admit, it was funny. It was funny a little bit. A little bit.
Waste of our time. Fucking waste of our time.
Fair enough. Yeah, I just got no scope. That was ridiculous. That was curry from deep. All right. Vice, is there anything else?
No, I just wanted to be silly and give you some positivity.
Fatality.
Well, thank you. Thank you. That you got me good. All right. So, and when's the next time you're going live there, Vice?
Right after you.
Right after me. All right. Well, I am hopping off sometime probably around about 2:45 today. But yeah, that'll be the time that I'm hopping off. So make sure to follow Vice. Vice. That is actually short for Vice City. Vice City. That's what it's short for.
Sure.
Yep. Vice. Vice is very close. Very close to her real name. Not even close.
Nowhere near.
Anyways, so thank you very much, Vice, for coming up. Thank you for the compliment, as per usual. And I will talk to you later. That's Vice, everybody. That's Vice. All right. Let's see. Marsha? Marsha. Okay. Super chats. Let's see. $4.99 from Tracy, formerly Ianto, says, wear the better hat. The tan one? Well, no, I've got a brown one. I got a couple brown ones. But it's, I mean, there's all, I don't know. I don't know which one you're talking about. I honestly don't know which one you're talking about. He said you should always wear it. Queefing for Jaren. Oh my God. All right. Gonna go ahead and look at that. That is the first cube. I'm surprised that it's taken us this long. We now have 603 of those things. We are closing in on that magic number. All right. $1.99 from Yuyo not Yuyo, not Yo-Yo. Okay. Says, y'all time me out, cowards. What? All right. I'm not really sure what you're talking about. I guess probably talking to the mods or something. $1.99 from Elope Note says, what the fuck? That was good. Yeah, that was, yeah. I must admit that was pretty good.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Yeah, that's how that works.
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it.
Lady Huggy says, time me out. Time me out. $1.99 from Jesus Christ. Anita Dick and My, and then last name as says, what was the shroud from Queen Elizabeth's time? No. When's the first one? No. Queen Elizabeth I is between 1533 and 1603. No. No, she's about 200 years too late. It's from the 1300s. Yeesh. Ridiculous. All right. That's not what it says. Not what says. Oh. Jesus Christ. Oh, thank you. You're hot and I love you. Oh, that's Jesus Christ. Okay. I read it like a normal person. It says, was the shroud from Queef Elizabeth's time? Oh, okay. Yeah, now I get it. I was like, I don't know. I was answering the fucking question. $1.99 from Anita again. Not Queen Elizabeth, Queef Elizabeth. Oh, okay, so you get it again. There we go. Jesus Christ. All right. Ridiculous. Okay. We're trying to run a family fucking friendly show here. Like, what the hell is going on? All right. Anyways, $2 from Gay. What is with all these usernames on username just absolutely trying to get me in trouble? $2 from Gabe, and then Horn with an H, and then Rules. You guys can work that out on your own time. When was Jude written? Why does it mention Enoch? Because Jude is like late 2nd century, and Enoch is a book that was definitely around by the time the late 2nd century comes around. And so it just kind of quoted it or whatever. That's about it. It was just something that more Gnostic Jewish people were into, and so they read it, and then you end up with somebody quoting it and putting it into the Book of Jude and making it into the Bible. $2 from Tucson Keg says the rainbow hat is the best hat. I'm actually gonna like that comment because yes, the rainbow hat is the best hat. It's from my good friend Michaela. Sent it to our CBJ PO box. So thank you very, very much. And the hat will actually, it lights up. Look at that. Look at that shit right there. Look at there. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. That is pretty awesome. So thank you very much to Michaela. Do I have a sound for Michaela? I'm sure I probably do.
God be praised.
We'll go with that one. All right. Let's see. I exist. I'm my father's hound. What is that person saying? What are they saying? W Illumination, yes. I don't know what they're trying to say. They said, I exist. I'm my father's hound. Jesus is in Israel. And then they came back and said, to Jesus and God, our father Odin. And then Pole. His father is the hound. His uncle is the mouse. No, I have no idea. Couldn't tell you. I really couldn't. I have no idea what's going on.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
If you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. We got somebody here who's this. I'm sure this person's got some evidence for Jesus or Paul. I'm sure they do, and they'll connect here in just a second. Oh, it was Game of Thrones or something? Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't watch Game of Thrones.
Hello?
What's going on? Rolke? Is it Rolke?
Yeah, how you doing, brother? How you doing?
Doing good. What you got for us today, man?
Oh, let me see. The evidence of Jesus Christ is the truth. Did it froze? It froze.
What are you talking about?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So the
Yeah,
evidence for
evidence.
Jesus Christ is the what do you mean?
The truth. You know, would shed light on everything. Remember when Jesus Christ said, I'm the truth, the way, the life?
I remember where that is in the book, but I don't.
That's the evidence.
Cool.
Like,
so
you
how
can
do you
see
know
it
that
in
he
your
actually existed so he could say that? And
Because
how
I
do you
see
know
what
it wasn't just like a story? Because like Harry Potter also says some
thing is,
things in the book of Harry Potter.
We can like look through history and change things, but we know with
What?
the evidence of ourselves.
We can look through
We know
history
the
and
evidence
change
of
things? What do you mean?
Yeah, men pervert history.
Okay. How do you know that this particular story wasn't perverted?
Because you can see the evidence right there in your face.
Sweet. So what's the evidence right there in my face that Jesus existed 2,000 years ago?
Because I could see like people love living their lie.
Cool. That doesn't have anything to do with 2,000 years ago. That has something to do with today. I'm asking for evidence 2,000 years ago. Sweet. Again, that has something to do with today. We're talking about whether or not two people existed in history.
And if you look through history, people hid the truth, haven't they?
Awesome. So how do you know that this wasn't just a hidden truth?
Every day people hide the truth.
Cool. So how do you know that this is the truth?
Because at the end of the day, we see what the truth does to people.
That's fantastic. Reading a story doesn't do anything. You can also be a Mormon and read the story of Mormon.
Life, brother. Read the story in your life. Is it not more comfortable to live a lie than live the truth?
Okay, please.
We are talking about.
Listen, we are talking about whether or not people existed 2,000 years ago. Please provide evidence for them.
Existed.
Okay, then please provide evidence. That's fine. Just please provide evidence.
The evidence right in. Are you not scared to live your truth, brother?
That doesn't have anything to do with 2,000 years ago.
That has a lot to do with 2,000. No. What did Jesus Christ come down and live the little helper? The little helper was the spirit of truth.
No,
Remember
Jesus didn't exist. Provide evidence that he did.
I'm providing that is right in front of you. You're wearing a Texas hat. Are you not fearful of the truth?
What?
Do you not fear the truth?
I don't fear the truth. No, I'm asking for the evidence. Like I'm very clearly don't fear the truth.
Are you not comfortable living a lie?
I'm not comfortable living. That doesn't even make any sense. Please, just give me the evidence for Jesus or Paul.
I'm giving you the evidence, the truth.
Well, skip to that part.
Of Jesus Christ.
Awesome. Skip to the part to where you know he was walking around.
Skip the truth, because that's what he came down with, wasn't he?
Awesome. He didn't come down at all. Give me evidence he came down.
I'm giving you the evidence. Once the truth came down, didn't you see what happened?
What do you mean once the truth? You're already, listen.
Did you see people start hiding the truth? 10,000 religions came.
Stop.
Don't get upset. Don't get
listen.
upset,
No,
brother.
I'm not upset. I'm trying to explain.
Truth.
Shut the fuck up for like 10 seconds, dude. Listen, you keep saying that the evidence for Jesus is he came down. No. You are that is using the word in its definition. That is just circular reasoning. You're assuming that he actually did show up. I'm asking you, what is the evidence that he did show up? Like, give me that evidence. I don't care about how it matters to you or to me or to people today. That doesn't mean anything. Mormonism matters to people. Scientology matters to people. That doesn't mean it's true. So please, give me the evidence that he walked this earth 2,000 years ago. That's all I'm asking for.
And I'm showing you the evidence right in your face.
That's fine. Okay. So please provide the evidence that somehow relates to 2,000 years ago and not to today. That doesn't make any sense.
People are not more comfortable living a lie.
Okay. If you start talking about weird metaphysics shit, again, you're probably going to get blocked. That's probably the best thing because it sounds like you're almost a troll. But I will give you one more opportunity. Just give the evidence for them 2,000 years ago or you get blocked. It's up to you. Please unmute and give the evidence. Go ahead.
Okay, I guess what it is. You're still scared of the truth. That's what it is. You're scared of Jesus Christ.
Tell your mom I said hey.
Yes.
All right. That's dumb. That's dumb as shit. All right. Not understanding what I'm talking about. And I think, like, the truth be told, he's not really... We talked about this. Matthew and I talked about this whenever we were answering questions. I think it was questions. There on our YouTube channel, there we answer some questions. And members, by the way, Amir actually became a member. He's a member for 1 month, and he said, "Thank you for your service, sir." There on YouTube. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, if you become a member there on YouTube, you'll actually be able to watch some videos that other people don't get to see. Oh, thank you. Oh, awesome. Amir whoa, look at that. Thank you very, very much. Amir just sent 5 Christ Before Jesus gift memberships there on YouTube. That is awesome. But really quick, thank you very, very much, Amir. That means a lot to us. But the thing that I was trying to say, though, was that on one of the videos there for the membership, the trouble with a lot of people's perception on like how people interact on the show, they go, oh, hey, that person got cut off. They didn't get to talk. They didn't actually get to finish what they were saying. Jaren dropped him because he was getting cooked or something. But no, what happens is somebody is most likely coming up here and not actually wanting to engage with the actual topic. They're wanting to talk about something that is peripheral to it. Like that last guy was saying that the evidence for Jesus is just like today, like how people live their truth. That's silly. That has nothing to do with history. And I think a lot of people get caught up on the religious aspect of it and not the historical aspect, because that's what we're focusing on. Yes, these two people are actively involved in a religion according to the story. However, and obviously religions revere them, but that doesn't mean that they get a pass in history somehow. They either existed in history or they didn't. We either have evidence or we don't. So when people get in here and they try to approach this topic from a perspective that isn't historical, it's not going to go anywhere. So we end up just ending the conversation a little quicker than a lot of people would want to. And some people go, "Oh, hey, he wasn't letting that Christian go off on some theological rant." And it's like, yeah, I wasn't. It's not how that works. Cameron, how's it going, buddy? What you got for us today?
Yeah, I'm good, man. How are you?
Doing all right. What you got for us today, man?
I got invited up here by one of your mods just because I commented on your live stream saying you said, and I quote, "Say hi to your mum for me," and then when that dude left, you said that's dumb, and I was like, that's kind of peak hypocrisy by saying "say hi to your mum for me" and then saying that's dumb. I just thought it was.
Yeah, I was just being kind. I just want him to say hey.
I mean,
is
we'll
that
agree
dumb?
to this. I think it was right. I think it's quite a hypocritical statement to make to say
hi to his mom.
But what was the intention behind it, though? To say hi to his mom?
To say hi to his mom, letting him know before he doesn't have the opportunity to hear from me again because he was getting blocked.
Oh, is it not like quite like cynical though? Is like derogatory to some degree? Is it not like derogatory?
It's only cynical, I guess, if like maybe his mom is like a terrible person or something.
I just think that there obviously wasn't like a derogatory intention behind it, but that's just me.
I think his mom's probably a pretty nice lady.
Not
really derogatory at all. I didn't say anything bad about her, did I?
No, you didn't. I hope she is. I just think.
Yeah. I hope she has a great day.
Yeah, fair enough.
Not really derogatory. I didn't say his mom looked like a fucking porcupine or something. So I mean, I don't know what to say. I say hi.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
What do you mean Christ before Jesus? Is this?
It means that there's a deity known as Christ or Crest that the Christians worshipped prior to the mythology of Jesus showing up in the middle of the 2nd century.
Right. Okay. I was unaware.
Yeah. So the Christians existed as a mystery cult, like a Greco-Egyptian mystery cult within the Roman Empire, for it's possible they existed for about 200 years prior to the Jesus story first popping up in the mid 2nd century.
Oh, so I'm actually a Christian, funnily enough, but like I don't really prescribe to any sort of organized religion. Didn't
you just do that?
I know it's just the umbrella term that I used. Like a lot of people call me a Christian, but I just believe in the Bible.
You did.
Yeah, I know. I get that, but it's just because I'm called regularly that. Anyway, I digress. I just believe in the teachings of Christ and the Bible.
Okay.
Rather than any sort of set rules that are like Catholicism that are really bestowed upon people to some degree.
Okay. So you feel like the teachings of Jesus are good?
Yeah, I think. I mean, obviously,
become like a passive-aggressive doormat that just like hands a thief more things to steal or more things to take whenever he takes something from you, because you're going to get rewarded when you die.
What do you mean?
Well, that's what he says. He says if somebody takes your coat, let him have your tunic also.
Yeah, well, it's like about being
so it's
humble.
Like, what's the point of that? Like, if we followed Jesus's teachings as a society, there would be no justice in the world. Like there just wouldn't. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Like Jesus'
Ooh.
teachings are actually really bad in practice. Like they sound nice or something, but they're terrible. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like there
I don't
would
think
literally be no law and order.
I don't think they're all bad.
Well, I mean, every once in a while you might be able to find the hay in the needle stack, but you're going to have to be digging quite a bit.
Yeah, I know like the Western world, well, obviously I'm from the UK, right? But I know like the Western world was built on Christianity and biblical principles like common law and things like that.
I mean, okay, not really. It was based upon mostly like Greek teachings and things like that that came from the philosophers hundreds of years prior. And I mean, there wouldn't have been like a Roman Empire for so long if it wasn't for the fact that they were built upon the same things we were built upon. In fact, the only reason that these countries are still like religious to some extent, or were religious for some extent, and then colonized the rest of the world and spread this Christianity, was because they were part of the Roman Empire, which succeeded for so long.
Right, okay.
Like, it's not because Christianity; it's because Christianity just happens to be the official religion of places that understood that morality and how you govern does not come directly from the Bible. Places that have focused on the Bible and said this is how we're going to actually like rule, those places don't exist anymore. They failed pretty fast. Even here in like America where I'm from, like of the 10 commandments, only 4 of them have ever been actual laws in America. Currently only 3 of them are. And one
What
of
do
those
you
is
believe?
barely. And in
What?
fact,
Sorry.
one of them, the last one, number 10, generally, it depends on which 10 commandments you're looking at, but the last one, which is do not covet, is literally the cornerstone of capitalism, which is what America and the Western world is built upon. So, like,
What do you?
yeah.
What's? Sorry to interrupt you, but what's your stance? Like, what do you believe? 'Cause
What?
What do you believe? Like, do you believe in anything? Do you believe?
Yeah, I believe in plenty of things. Why?
Like, do you believe in Jesus? Do you believe in
No,
Christ? Like, what?
Jesus didn't
No.
exist.
All right. Okay.
What are you asking?
I was just asking if you had a belief. I wasn't really too
Oh,
sure.
yeah, I believe in lots of things. I believe that the best of the Star Wars film was Rogue One, and I will take that to my death.
Is that like a dig at saying the Bible is fiction?
No. Rogue
No.
One is the best of the Star Wars films.
Oh, I would maybe actually. I don't know. I think maybe Empire Strikes Back personally.
Oh, yeah, because I like to see my favorite characters frozen in carbonite, yeah.
Yeah, I do quite. I like the storyline of the Empire Strikes Back personally. I think it's
Yeah, giant
quite good.
camels that, like, only shoot forward and, like, walk really slow and have a high center of gravity. That's such a good idea there from Darth Vader. Really weird.
Yeah, and look, I would agree. I don't
But then
question
Darth Vader in Rogue One, by far, just murking people at the end. Don't tell me that you didn't get a chubby watching that.
I mean, I wouldn't. I wouldn't go that far, but it was pretty good. Have you ever seen? I watched a documentary. It was actually removed from all streaming platforms. It's called Out of Shadows. No, so if you Google on your PC right now, intothe.light.org, there is this American stuntman, and he was really prolific in Hollywood for many, many years. And he had a catastrophic industry injury, and he basically brought out a documentary exposing everything, exposing how all the media that we all watch, the movies, it's all controlled. It's really deep, but I recommend you watch it. You seem like a very open-minded
I don't know
gentleman.
what is he trying to say?
That everything we watch is controlled.
Controlled by
a certain demographic of people. I'm not really too sure who it is. The elites, I suppose you could guess, but
I mean, okay. I mean, rich people who are the head of like companies generally get to say what goes on in the company, if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah. Anyway, I think I'm deviating off topic, but I'm
But-
going to shoot. But I do appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, not a problem. Thanks for coming up.
God bless you, sir.
All right. Let's see. Hmm. That sounds like anti-Semitism. Like that's what it sounded like. That's what it sounded like. That's what it sounded like. Yeah. Anyways, a certain demographic. Yeah. Like. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of that. Remember, guys, love the Jewish people. Hate Zionism. Those are two things that you can do at the same time. All right. Let's see. Because it was. Yeah, he didn't say it, but I was like, gah. All right. Let's see. Jay like Snap says, how did you not say hi to his mom? I didn't know where he was really going there at the end, and I was trying to just figure out. All right. I like that, Lawn Doctor. That's funny. That's funny. It's funny because it's a joke. It's a play on Ignatius, a certain demographic of ours. I like that. That's a deep cut. I like that one. All right. Yeah, it was kind of where him bringing that stuff up there at the end. Is that what you're saying was rude, or what I said was I what did I say that was rude? I don't think it was me. I think you're talking about the other person. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Who's gonna tell him his homeboy was? I just circled back to that Empire Strikes Back slander. No, I don't think I said anything incorrect. My bad. Look, Rogue One was so perfect that George Lucas, even he didn't have to go back and try to fix problems in it. Rogue One is just a masterpiece in and of itself. All right. What do I win for being on the board, Jaren? A little heart. A little heart. Okay. This topic is impossible to prove. Well, I mean, you can come up if you like. Complaining in the chat there. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and mute you for the live. You can come up if you like. You've been watching for over 24 minutes, dipshit. Just come on up, man. Like, you can't comment anymore. You might as well just request up. They said the host has made this impossible to prove by any standard we have used historically. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Jesus fails in comparison to other people that we accept historically. So I guess it's impossible to prove Jesus. Yeah, that's the point. And then it said this topic is impossible to prove. Yeah. By what historical evidence does the host accept historical data? Come on up, man. We'll talk about it. I mean, if you really want to just sit and watch, I guess you can. I'm done with Cameron. He's insufferable. Who's Cameron? Who's Cameron? Oh, he's the guy who was up. Oh, really? Jesus Christ. All right, well, Cameron's not here anymore. Kurt Cameron. It's too hard, Jorgub. It's not fair. YouTube proves Noah's existence. I want to hear from that Aaron guy. Aaron, request up. I don't know what you're talking about, but you need to request up. No, yeah, mute him for the live. Yeah, mute him for the live. Request up. You can't comment anymore because we've muted you, but you can come up. I do want to hear from you. I'm not running from you. I literally want to hear your argument. You have to have a child's brain to believe that Noah's Ark story. Yeah. All right. Come on, guys. If you're watching on YouTube, click the link that's in the chat. If you are on TikTok, the request button should be right about there, down there. Come on up, guys. We want to hear from you. Where's the real Aaron? I think I saw him earlier. He might be over there on YouTube. I think he might be on YouTube. Let me scroll through. I'm sure I don't have to scroll long before I get to some kind of. Oh, I don't see him over there. I'm sure he's somewhere. He's around here somewhere. Oh yeah, that's right. He is overseas. Yeah, that's true. That is true. J. Aaron versus A. Ron. Yeah, that's right.
You done messed up, Aaron!
All right. Let me go ahead and put a link in there. Come on up. And if you want to come up, I mean, you can ask questions and just be like, hey, what is your proof that Jesus existed or Jesus didn't exist? You know, you can come up and ask questions for that if you like. That's perfectly fine. Sorry, that was my other phone. But yeah.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Yeah.
It's illegal for you to ask me that.
All right. Wrong tab. Yeah, wrong tab there. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Gosh. Choking. Giannis knows what's up. What's your ethnicity? I don't know. Whatever your mom wants to call me in bed. I'm joking. Or am I? No, I'm half black, half white. I mean, yeah, people are like, why is that important? No, I'm just yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Bro, what? 100% human. 100% man. I am 100% man. And this man has got something to say to you. There. I think I made my point. First one to name what movie that was gets 10 points. All right. We Mexicans claim him.
Oh, shit!
Hell yeah. Do I have a sound for that? I think I do. Jaren, whenever the Mexicans claim him. Anyways. All right. $4.99 from Jogman95 on YouTube says, I purchased Christ before Jesus. And Jaren, I'm going to read the whole thing. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's a reference to It's Always Sunny. I think you should leave. That's funny. I'm gonna eat the whole thing. There we go. SpongeBob SquarePants. Who was the first one to say that? Chrome. Yeah, SpongeBob. Yep. All right. Texans are all Mexican adjacent. Thank you, Joe. The not gonna work here anymore. That was pretty funny, Jogman. Okay. Bible libel points. You know what? I'm just gonna I'm gonna put 10 points down for Chrome. Chrome gets 10 Bible libel points. Just in case. First movie I saw in theaters. Oh, that's pretty cool. I'm actually I'm gonna let you guys guess what was the first movie that I saw in theaters. All right, Jaron is honorary Tex-Mex. Do you think McClellan believes in Mormon claims? I mean, I'd imagine that he probably does. Like, he doesn't do a lot of defending it, really. Shark Tales, no. Also, Ash, I think, just remembered it. Yeah, because I think I have said it before. Yes, Ash, that is absolutely correct. That is actually correct. Star Wars Episode 3, good God. How young do you think I am? Rogue One. Yeah, that's why I think it was amazing, because it was the first one. No, the first one I watched was, the first movie I ever saw in theaters was Prince of Egypt. Prince of Egypt. Saw it with my church, actually. Yeah, we talked about this before. Yep. All right, $5 from Emir says, my mom said hi, Jaron. Oh, well, thank you very much for reaching out to her for me. She is a nice lady. Dorothy Mantooth is a saint. You hear me? A saint. Hey. Leave the mothers out of this. Phantom Menace actually came out just a little bit after Prince of Egypt. Someone in there is Roger Rabbit. Damn. I've actually never seen that movie. I know of it. Obviously, you see clips of it to the point to where you've seen it. But somebody's chirping in the chat about Play-Doh. So I sent an invite. Come on up. Come on up now. Ugh. Just even your username is just gross. Here, I'm going to go ahead and just send you an invite. You can't comment
I'm
anymore,
working. I'm working a little bit, so I'm just kind of chatting in between. But yeah, Play-Doh never existed according to your own criterion. So
my criteria?
Yeah,
What's
your
my
criterion for
criteria?
Jesus. Your criterion for Jesus is the same thing as Play-Doh, but you just reject Jesus just like you would Play-Doh. So why do you not reject Play-Doh?
Do we have contemporaries of Plato who said that they knew him personally?
Yeah.
Do we have anybody
so what?
who
Go to
says
Peter.
that they knew Jesus?
Peter said he knew Jesus personally, but you reject that. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Peter
So that
couldn't
means
write.
the people that quoted Plato didn't exist either.
Nope. Peter couldn't write. That's what Acts 4:13 says. So why are you using anything that's supposedly written by Peter?
What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to
You're
ask you for somebody who says correct. Second Peter cannot be written by Peter because Acts 4:13 says that Peter is illiterate.
Well, that's because Luke or Mark documented Peter's sources.
No, we can tell pretty clearly that it's not written by the same person. On top of that, if it was written by the same person, then I don't know why Mark doesn't say I'm getting this from Peter, or why Peter says that Peter, or Second Peter says, oh, Peter saw him, because it's written by Mark.
Well, so what?
Also, I'd like to say that Mark, it says, according to Papias, just tried his best to remember by memory what Peter had told him. So Mark could not have actually written Second Peter.
I'd have to go back on that source, but I think that you're just lying
correct.
now.
No, because I just cited Papias through Irenaeus.
Well,
through Irenaeus,
say hello to your mom for me. Have a
sweet.
good day.
So you don't have anything? All right, sounds good. So Irenaeus, through Papias, supposedly, said that Mark did his best to recall from memory what Peter had told him, which means that Mark, the writer of the Gospel of Mark, I guess, could not have also written Second Peter. It's also from first person whenever Mark is not. The Gospel of Mark is not from first person. So it seems very strange. It's also not coming up at all with Mark, so that doesn't really make a lot of sense either. So the point is, we do not have anything from anybody who says, I personally saw Jesus during his earthly ministry. We do have this, however, for Plato, because his student Philip writes about him. So, according to my own criterion, Plato existed Jesus did not. All right. If anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Yeah, Plato wrote his own works too, so better than Jesus by far. Oh, yeah. Guest was so unremarkable and insecure, he has to tell you with his name. Yeah, his name, by the way, to everybody who's wondering, was something like straight white Christian male or something silly. He's a cashier at 7-Eleven. What the hell? What the hell? All right. Sad. His voice matched his name. Guess was the cashier at 7-Eleven. Man. Not so straight. Oh, yeah. Not me, him. What? What? Imagine being so proud. Being so boring. A username that says unseasoned chicken. All right. A username that says Raisin Canes. I'm sorry. I know that plenty of people out there are fans of Raisin Canes. Boiled chicken. All right. Mayonnaise is spicy. We don't all think salt is spicy. All the Canes hate, please. I'm sorry, guys. Sauce is good, toast is good, strips suck. That is true. That is true. The coleslaw is actually not terrible. It's not terrible. Whataburger is better than Cane's. And In-N-Out is better than Whataburger. Anyways, we're moving on. We're moving on. If anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Come on up now. Remember, 1 Peter 3:15. Always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have, but do this with gentleness and respect. Come on up. Don't let God down, everybody. Don't let God down. Caesar Tuberous over there on YouTube, $2, says, Collar uses mayo because ketchup is too spicy. That's diabolical. That's awful. I hope that the last guest kisses his homies one day. Yeah, he wasn't at work. He was just in a rush to go home and kiss his dad on the mouth. All right. Yeah, Tuberous. Yeah, they're on YouTube. Somebody actually heard that. Put it up there. Hey, I'm a mayo girl. That's not a problem. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. I mean, mayonnaise is good. I mean, it's not like the best. Mayonnaise is good. All right. Well, that makes up my mind. What a for lunch? Miracle Whip. I mean, mayonnaise is good, but it's not like amazing. What is crazy though is how much Ecuadorians love mayonnaise. They fucking love it. I don't get it. They love it. I went down there not long ago, a couple years ago, there with my wife. They have like an entire aisle just for mayonnaise. Like I don't get it. I really don't. I really don't. Cool Whip. Cool Whip. Do speak in the hearing. Do speak in the hearing of a fool, for he will despise the good sense of your word. Yeah, Jordan, I don't know what you're talking about. Europeans love mayo for their fries, especially the French. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about the French per se, but I do know that that's what the Ecuadorians do is they dip their fries in mayonnaise. They also put mayonnaise on their popcorn. I'm not kidding. I wish I was. I really wish I was. No, not like it looked like mayonnaise on corn, like even popcorn, which I guess is still corn, so it's like pop elote or whatever they call it whenever it's in a cup. They call it something else. I think it starts with an M whenever it's in a cup. Mayo on popcorn is illegal. Oh yeah, it's yeah. I don't know why it started with an M. I thought it started with an M. All right, yeah, in a cup. That's what it is in a cup. But they just like they put mayonnaise on, or they'll dip like popcorn in mayonnaise or whatever. It's fucking. I don't know. First time I saw it, I was like, I just did not want any part of that shit. All right. Oof. Mayonnaise on vanilla ice cream is an S tier prank. Trevi Trev just wants to see the world burn. Mesquite is wood. Mesquite is gone. Oh man, if somebody put mayonnaise on top of vanilla ice, I think I'd probably riot. Like I think I'd start an actual riot. That's crazy. All right. Oh man, these are awful. Okay. All right. Come on up if you've got evidence for Juicer Paul, please, for the love of God. I don't want to talk about mayo the rest of the day. Mayonnaise not any evidence for Juicer Paul. Shout out to Jeff Foxworthy there. So dumb. What book of the Old Testament do you think is the oldest? I would imagine that Numbers or Deuteronomy probably have some older stories. Genesis as well has some older stories. W Blue Collar Comedy Tour. That's very true. All right. Oh wow. All right. Oh God. $1.99. There from the prototype says Mayo Quifio. I don't like that. Jesus. 606. 606. We are 60 keywords away from the magic number. I'm curious to know who will be the person who does it. Who will be the person who actually puts us to the magic number? I don't know. It has to be Dr. Jim for sure. It has to be. All right. Do we do a restart? Do we need a restart on TikTok? We might need one. I want to get some people in here. We can do one if you guys want. It's up to you. Start from AO. Pickle says so. All right, here we go. I'll see you guys in a bit. We just restarted over there on TikTok again. If you are on YouTube and you want to come up, you definitely can. Click the link that's in the chat. We are going back live on TikTok now. So click the link that's in the chat. If you don't want to go over to TikTok, which is how I take guests, or you don't have a TikTok, don't worry. Just send a super chat. I will read it out loud and I will respond. I promise. I will get to all of them. Orange, you tired of them, says third. Well, hello. Jaren, you didn't read my bad joke. Yeah, probably for good reason. Hello again.
And boom goes the dynamite.
14. All right, I'll send it again. Konnichiwa. Is mayonnaise an evidence? No, Patrick. Horseradish isn't an evidence either. That's funny. Let's do Duke's Mayo. All right, come on up. Come on up. 10 out of 10, Patrick. 7 out of 10, Squidward. Yeah, nice. I don't do a very good Squidward, but yeah, Patrick is usually who I focus on. CBJ's just glazing over my comment. Okay, let me go back to your comment. Where's your comment? Where is it? You don't have any other comments. I don't have anything from you. TikTok may have cleaned it up. I legitimately don't have anything here. Oh my God, easy, Mike. Easy, easy, easy. All right, come on up if you got evidence for Jesus or Paul. There we go. Yeah, it works. It works. It works. I have a horse named Mayo. Sometimes mayonnaise. Yeah, you worked hard on that one. You worked hard on that one. All right. 95th. Nice. I'm so hard. Thank you. He stole my joke. It was decent. It was decent. Like, it was like a knee slapper. You know what I mean? Where it's like, there it is. Just. All right. See your comment. Oh yeah, you really need the TikTok plugin for Stream Deck. My Stream Deck is filled with sounds. That's the problem, and I don't want to give up any space on it for anything else. Technically, I could get like another page or whatever. I could just keep making pages of it, but nah, I just do it like this, I guess. W. Chris Cornell. There we go. Do all the parts of God speaking Leviticus diametrically come back as the same author? If I remember correctly, Leviticus was actually one of the more... maybe a little bit of it comes back as different, but like for the most part, it was all like one author group, if I remember correctly, because it's just a bunch of laws. Like that's the point. Like it's not really that hard you just have to come up with the laws, and just as long as you're consistently writing them down, then you should be good to go. Just like doing things the hard way. Yeah, it makes me work a little bit. Makes me sweat. And that's what's ideal. Where the lemonade is made, sweet lemonade. All right, now. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry, didn't need to hear that. Okay. Yeah, it's a good idea, Gray Eyes, but I forgive you. Oh, is there a mouse? Is there a mouse in the... What? So about Bible last night, how'd we do, chat? I think it went pretty well. We still went over 4 questions and everything like that. I think it did pretty good. Oh, the Dead Sea squirrels. Elmer Britt. Do books with more narrative have more authors normally? Yeah, they generally do. Because it's like, okay, this is a story, and you can tell that people are kind of working together to come up with the concepts. Why was 6 afraid of 10? Because he was in the middle of 9/11. Oh God. That's terrible. All right. Anybody with some evidence? If Peter was able to write, would that change anything for you? Not quite, seeing as we still see that the author of 2nd Peter is different from the author of 1st Peter. So it would still be very strange. Also, Mark is supposed to be like a translator for Peter, but like it clearly isn't the same author as 1st and 2nd Peter. Like, nah, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Damn. Bible must well, Bible is only for an hour. It is only for an hour. So if you're watching Bible, make sure afterwards that you stop by, if he's live, Chaos Engine Gaming. There's if you're into watching people get top dog every single time. Number 1 every single time in COD. Every single time. Then don't watch Chaos Engine Gaming. If you want to see somebody just absolutely complaining about like cheating and sweaty lobbies, he's your guy. I'm kidding. He's actually really good. He would waste me. But no, yeah. So Chaos Engine Gaming, right after Bible, hopefully, in the future. Somebody getting topped off. Whew. Can't be talking about that. We got Adam down there in the chat talking about getting topped off. Yeah, you can't do that. Can't be doing that there in the chat there, Adam. Ridiculous. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. That is true. All right. I like tops. Jesus Christ. What did the Romans say to Jesus' family? Nailed it. Dave the Wave says 500 witnesses. Not really sure exactly what he's referring to, but I'll send an invite there to him. Looking forward to the 24-hour CBJ network. 320 yen from FCTK. I don't know how to pronounce that. Says, cute. Thank you. Wait, do I have a sound for that? Probably. Well, thank you. If you're talking about me, if you, I don't know what else you'd be talking about, but I mean, whatever. It's probably not me. It's probably not me, actually. All right. But do you have a sound for me? Yeah, probably.
Hey, pal. You just blowing from Stupid Town?
I'm joking. I'm joking. Yeah. Orange retired of here we go.
It's all fake news. It's phony stuff. It didn't happen.
All right, talking about Serapis. Oh, Serapis is cute. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. He's got that kind of stone-faced kind of look. Got the hair that flows perfectly into a beard. I don't know, it might still be his hair. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I'm laughing, but I hate it. Functional High says, you doxed me? What are you talking about? What? What are you talking about? What? He needs some shades. I've got these. I don't know if it's gonna work. Yeah, it's not gonna work. I gotta like get smaller shades for him or something. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Not gonna work. Sorry, guys. I don't know what to tell you. He's from Stupid Town. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Nice. All right. Come on up. If you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul, I want to hear. You got a request button right there or down there. If you're on YouTube, click the link that's in the chat. I take guests on TikTok, not on YouTube. YouTube doesn't have that ability. So come on up. I haven't heard anybody defending Jesus today, really. I mean, there's been a couple people, I guess. But it's pretty bad. Let's see. St. Brianna, Christ before Jesus, give me a sound.
Shut up!
That smack is so obvious. So awful. All right, somebody requested up there. It was fax or something like that. You can request back up. I'll bring you up, but it went away. Everyone's got a case of the Mondays. No. No. Shit, no, man. I believe you get your ass kicked for saying something like that. All hungover from Jesus blood. Yeah, that's how it is. Office Space. Yeah. It's wild. I don't know why it is, but Christians just I think what happens is they realize that they can't actually defend their beliefs, and so they just decided, we're done. Like we're not going to try anymore. We're not going to try anymore, even though the Bible explicitly says that we should try. Sorry. And maybe the true Christians got raptured. What is the Shepherd of Hermas? Shepherd of Hermas is a book. It's Christian, but it's not. It doesn't really talk about Jesus per se. But it's a It's a book that comes out in the mid-2nd century from some Christians.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Doing good, doing good. What you got for us today?
I had the question to ask you about a first century tomb that's been presented to me. Joseph, son of Jesus, brother of James. Have you heard of this tomb?
What?
Yeah, there's supposedly they found some kind of box with James's bones in it, and it's
Oh,
engraved
you're talking
James.
about the James ossuary.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah. The guy who found it was convicted of fraud.
Was he? Interesting. Was he like a Ron Wyatt type dude?
No, he was like a forger.
Mm-hmm.
Just wanted to make money.
I heard something that it went to court and the court couldn't disprove its authenticity, and
Well, in the sense that, like, a court just determines whether or not your intentions are bad, as opposed to whether or not it's real.
mm-hmm.
The scientific community has a lot more stringent, like, standards and whatnot than just like a court.
Mm-hmm.
But nevertheless, the inscription on the side that says like James on it, that seems to be authentic, and it could potentially date to that time period, potentially. But I mean, that was a name that had been around and everything. It's just the brother of Jesus. That part had actually just been recently etched into it. That was the part that was the problem.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So, how does academia or historians look at it? They look at it as authentic or just another shroud of Turin?
I mean, academia looks at it like a kind of a shroud of Turin. Like they don't actually use it for evidence or something. Not really. Like you'll never see like Bart Ehrman or something being like, "Oh, Jesus definitely existed because we have his brother's remains or something." Like we're not gonna. He doesn't say that.
No doubt, bro. I appreciate the info, man. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
Yeah, the James ossuary is something that doesn't actually show up a lot on this live. Every once in a while it will, but not usually. Very few people, I guess, know about it. It's because apologists don't like to use it. Generally speaking, people know about the things that their preachers or apologists or whatever have brought up a lot. Again, it's that trickle-down apologetics. I don't know what that guy says. What's he saying? So really quick, Jordan there in the chat. So you've been muted for the live. You can request up or accept the invite. If you don't accept the invite here in like 10 seconds or something, you'll go ahead and get that blocked. Because you just kind of chirp. You don't really add anything of substance. Let's see. If you got evidence, come on up. Jordan, what are you doing? Why are you chirping in the chat?
Now, because you're a hypocrite.
How?
And because whatever evidence we present up to you, you're just up here arguing just to argue. That's exactly what it is.
What evidence have you given?
I think it's for views. I think you're trying to push your book.
Cool.
But
What evidence have you given?
I gave him. Okay, let's talk about the book of Isaiah. You say there was no prophecy made. Jesus,
Jordan,
Jesus,
you admitted that a prophecy is not future tense.
Let's talk about the book of Isaiah. Stop cutting me off.
A prophecy. You admitted that a prophecy is not past tense; that it has to be future tense. My bad. And
yes,
then you
and
admitted
Isaiah,
that the book of Isaiah is
made
in
about
past
Jesus. Made about Jesus in the future tense.
No, Isaiah 53 is not future tense for
Isaiah
like his
53,
suffering.
Isaiah 7:14, Isaiah 9:5.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
that
go
doesn't
look
have
it up.
anything to do with it.
Those are all prophecies about Jesus.
No. Does it say Jesus?
Yeah, it says Emmanuel in
Is
7:14.
Jesus ever called Emmanuel?
Which is a title. You're displaying a case
Is
of
Jesus ever
eisegesis.
called Emmanuel?
You're displaying a case of eisegesis.
Is Jesus ever referred to as Emmanuel, either by name or title?
It is a title. It is
Sweet.
that.
Was he
Also,
ever?
the Son of Man.
Was he ever
Also,
referred
the
to
Son
by
of
that
Man.
title?
The Son of Man.
Was he ever referred to by that
The
title?
Prince of Peace. All
Was
those
he ever
titles was
referred to
named
as
in
the Prince
Isaiah.
of Peace?
He was referred to as the Son of Man, the Prince of Peace.
Son
Yes.
of Man is not one of the things in Isaiah.
Yes, Son of Man. You're so disingenuous and dishonest.
What
For
verse
real,
says
dude.
Son of Man in
Your
Isaiah?
credibility is like, whoop.
What verse
Nobody
says
believes
Son
you.
of
Nobody
Man in
respects you.
Isaiah?
For real, for real. That's why nobody wants to come up.
What
They know you're on
verse
bullshit.
says Son of
You're on
Man in
BS.
Isaiah? What verse says that?
9:5. Oh no, not Son of Man. I
You
don't
just
know.
said it was in
But
there.
I read it, but I forget it. I read
No.
it 2 nights ago. I forget
Sweet. Well, you
exactly
didn't
what-
read Son of Man in Isaiah.
I have a serious question. Are you gay?
What?
Are you gay?
What does that have to do with whether or not Jesus or Paul existed?
I'm just asking. Are you?
Doesn't have anything to do with this particular life.
Are you? I'm not teasing you. I'm just want to know if you. I want to know where this comes from.
What comes from?
This, whatever this is. Are you?
What would that have
Are
to
you
do
gay?
with sexuality?
Are you? Because every other stream that I've watched on YouTube on TikTok, there's
Is
always
gay?
somebody.
That might be you, dude.
I'm not gay. I'm a
Okay.
straight
Well, I
man.
don't know why every other stream you watch is
Are you?
gay.
Are you gay?
Me?
I'm just asking you.
It's irrelevant.
Are you?
It's irrelevant to the topic.
Are you climbing up the tree?
That's not the words. Probably
I'm
know
not-
the words
I'm
if you were
a-
actually gay, because gay people actually know how to,
Are you,
speak
though?
English
Are you,
and listen to words.
Are you,
You
though?
have a hard time just reading a book.
Are you though?
Doesn't have anything to do with it. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
I think you are. I'm not sure, but I think you are, and I get why you dislike Jesus and
I
God.
don't dislike
and the
Jesus?
Bible. And the Bible.
Okay.
So you don't believe in Jesus? You don't believe in God? Am I getting that right?
When did I say anything about God?
Do you believe in God?
Irrelevant to the conversation.
Bro, you're all over the place. You have no foundation to stand on. Really?
Sounds good. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Yeah, there's tons of evidence out there. I
All
just
right,
don't want to
please
give it to you.
present it.
You won't accept it. You won't accept it.
Try me.
You won't accept it.
Prove it.
You won't accept it.
Prove it.
I don't have to prove it. I believe it. That's all
You
that matters.
believe that I won't accept it?
Yes, I believe that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. Yes.
Okay.
God is the one being above everybody else. That is Jesus, Father. Also, that is Jesus himself.
Sweet. Prove it.
Holy Trinity. I don't have to prove it.
Yeah, you do. 1 Peter
I don't have to
3:15
prove
says
it.
you should.
Not to you. Not to you.
Yeah, it does. It says
to-
to
not to
anybody
a
who
gay man.
asks you or demands it of you, and do so respectfully. You haven't done that at all. You're a terrible
I'm
representative
not
for
to you.
Jesus. If you're
I am
wondering, like,
very-
oh, I wonder
No,
how
see,
God
that's
views
why I
this, and I
brought-
wonder
that's
how
why I
well
brought
I'm
up-
doing, you're doing awful.
That's why I brought up Proverbs 26:3.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Do
Did
not
Jesus
speak
say
in
that?
the hearing of fools, for they will. Yeah. You are a fool, Jaron.
Cool. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul? Because it sounds like you're a fool.
I don't know why you brought me up here. For real.
give
You're the
evidence
one
of
that brought
Jesus
me
or
up. I
Paul?
didn't want to come up. You brought me up.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to come up. You brought me up. You said, accept it. I banned you from the chat.
Yep. Do you have anything to give, or did you just want to get banned from the chat?
Nah, I just want to call you out. I just wanted to call you out.
Sweet.
You
Well, you
guys
didn't really
Christians,
do anything because you didn't
don't
provide any
converse with
evidence.
this fool.
Anything that you wanted to do,
Let him
you
talk
want
to
to give some
himself. He likes
evidence?
to hear himself. He likes to hear himself. So let him talk to himself.
I'm literally asking you a question.
I'm not up here to answer your questions, dude. You brought me up here. For what reason?
Yeah, to answer questions.
No. And I didn't want to come up. I
But
came
you
up here to
accepted
call
it.
you out. Yes, because I came up to call you out. for
So
your
you did want to
bullshit.
come up?
Yes, to call you on some
You
bullshit.
just said you didn't want to come up.
I didn't want to come up to answer your
But then
question.
you said you did want to come up.
Yes, to call you out on your bullshit.
Okay. Well, then please provide anything that shows evidence against me.
Yeah, I think you're gay, and your gayness is You look at the Bible and you're like, oh, I want to do my perversion. Let
What
me
does that
do
have
my
to do with
perversion.
anything?
It tells me everything. The reason why people like gays don't like the Bible because, like I said, my male joke in
That's
the,
so
in the chat,
random, dude. Like
my male joke in the chat, male on male is a sin.
And again, just please give me evidence for Juicer Paul.
No, I got no evidence that you will accept.
Sounds
So
good.
I will not give any
Tell
evidence.
your dad I said hey. All right. Ridiculous. Jesus Christ. All right. What a fucking asshole. All right. Actually, yeah. Anyways, $2 from Caesar Tuberous says you don't have to be lonely at cbjonly.queef. Oh, he was definitely in the closet. Absolutely, Easy Mike. Absolutely. I mean, my God, like, where did that even come from? I honestly, other than just like the occasional just person just trolling and throwing out a slur or something, like, I don't think I've ever had anybody like actively try to say that they believe that I am gay. I mean, thanks. I didn't know I cleaned up that good. I thought I just kind of dressed like a straight slob. Like, I apologize. I was unfamiliar with my own game. Anyways. But here we are. Let's see. WJ, yeah. Do Brokeback Mountain jokes count? I don't. Yeah. But again, that's just kind of still trolling. I don't think that I think they're just kind of saying, "Hey, you look a certain way," as opposed to you actually are this. Like, I don't know. Like, I'd never been in a conversation where somebody was actively trying to say that my sexuality is one particular thing. I mean, it's not, but okay. Like, I don't. All right. Jaren, you dressed like Kingdom Come.
I said, bitch.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. Jaren, you look gay. Thank you. You're goddamn right, I do. All right. Is it the mustache? Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what that person in the chat is saying. I have no idea. Free mustache rides? Maybe. It's classified. He's just calling you cute. Well, thank you. GBJ's wife being like, yeah, he's a little. Jordan gonna be in so many DMs later. Mustache rides are fun. Ah, man. Yeah, I'm gay. Gay for your mom. All right. A toast said, if Jesus and Paul never existed, would the world be better or worse? I would say it would be better. They didn't exist, and it's the same. It doesn't do anything. The problem is not Jesus or Paul's existence. The problem is people who believe in these absurd claims. When we believe absurdities, we commit atrocities. I got that reference there, Chaos. I got it.
Yo.
What's going on, Bill?
What's going on?
Hey, what you got for us today, man?
Let me see. Let me read the panel real quick. Or your topic: Jesus and Paul never existed. Prove us wrong. All right. Can you first prove to me how they didn't exist?
Yeah. Even the natural Jesus and Paul as presented by the New Testament did not exist, because we find that the New Testament was actually written in the 2nd century as opposed to the 1st, which means Paul is directly out because he's said in the New Testament to be somebody writing the epistles in the 1st century. So he's gone. Jesus didn't write anything, so it's not as direct as that, but there's still problems with the text, like contradictions that like Matthew and Luke, which are the only 2 birth stories, which are 10 years apart minimum. So you can't be born 10 years before you're born. So therefore, the Jesus that's presented in the New Testament, even in a natural sense, did not exist.
Amazing. So, in your, I guess, thought of how you see the world, who exists to you? What God exists to you? Or you don't believe in no God, or like just God, just in the normal
We're not talking
terms
about
of
God.
what
We're just
people know
talking
what
about
a
whether or
God
not
is.
people existed.
Okay, and this goes into exactly because we know people existed. We have people in the panel. We're
Yeah.
people right now speaking. But
so I mean, I believe that you exist.
Right.
Okay.
Once again, but still, what do you believe in a God, or are
What
you
does that have to do
atheist,
with
or are you
whether or not people
agnostic?
existed in history?
Because those same people like wrote down figures of people they figured to be like God. But you would say the people existed though, correct? It's just real simple.
Who's the
You
people?
thinking about
What
it too
people
deep?
are you talking about?
Literally. Just people in general.
Uh-huh.
You know for a fact people exist.
Right. Yeah. People
How
exist.
how do you determine people existed through your reality?
Like specific people, lots of times it's going to be contemporaries, that kind of thing. There's different levels of confidence that we can have. If we have their descendants or their remains, that's pretty good. Then you have archaeological things that you could date, that have a date on them, things that they owned. Then finally you have writings about these people from contemporaries, writings to these people that stylometrically come back as one author, writings from the person that stylometrically come back as them and their style of writing. Then you have writings directly after their death by people who are at least contemporary to them. And then finally you have things like it goes on and on and on, but eventually you get to like the Gospels, which are terrible, which are not only filled with magic, but they're also filled with contradictions and anachronisms, which show that the stories are historically impossible, and they're written over 100 years after Jesus supposedly died. So I mean, it's pretty bad. We just talked about it. We just talked about it. Like Matthew and Luke contradict in the time that Jesus is born.
Amazing. So what is your take? Do you have oral traditions in your family that is passed down?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So what about the people who have known facts of oral traditions that are passed down that
known facts of oral
really wouldn't fit
traditions
what you
wouldn't
just
make any
said?
sense.
What about that?
Known
what
facts
about
of
those
oral
facts?
traditions would have to be somebody outside of the people talking, recording that they talked about it. We don't have any evidence of
Amazing.
that there
So
from the Christians.
no evidence. I feel like that fits into
What
like the
evidence
oral
of oral
tradition
tradition do
first,
we
and
have
then
for
just
Christianity?
the stories of being passed down, and then
Sweet. What evidence do we
they're
have of
getting
oral
written
tradition for Christianity
later.
from people who were written at that time?
I really don't like the word Christianity because you cannot find that word in the Bible. But what is
Yeah,
your
you
question?
can, but
No,
okay.
you can't.
You can find the
You
word
can
Christian
find
in the
Christian
Bible.
3 times first introduced at Antioch. You can find the word Christian. You cannot find the word Christianity in no Bible.
Oh, well,
That's what I
Christianity is
said.
just the term that means like the group of Christians, like Christianity in a whole, as a whole. That's all
Cool,
that it
but
is.
like what I'm saying is still facts. But what was your question?
My question was, do you have any evidence of oral transmission for the Christians?
Yeah, the
Like what?
Orthodox Church in Ethiopia has it.
Okay, awesome. So we don't have
The
any
the
evidence of that. That's bullshit.
wait,
So that being said, do you have
but
anything else
it
for
is
Jesus or
evidence
Paul
because
before we
if
move
your
to somebody else?
family had oral traditions,
Sweet.
right?
Oral tradition
Your
is not.
family
Oral tradition
continuing that
itself is
tradition
not
orally
evidence
would
that
be
it.
the evidence.
Okay. Oral traditions is not evidence that it was around at a certain point in time. That's what I'm asking for. Because the only way that we would have evidence of oral traditions is if somebody who is outside of this or outside of the actual speaking is writing down that somebody is saying this. We don't have any evidence in the first century that they had oral traditions of Jesus or anything like that. The
Wait,
first
so
time that we
okay,
get any stories of Jesus is in 144, roughly.
okay, what about where you have nobody writing nothing down, but you just have the body and you could remember oral things that people have
There's no
told you through
evidence
like
that there was
grandmothers
going
that is
around.
not written down.
Yeah, that's
That was
what I'm
gave to
saying.
them
That's
through
what oral tradition is,
tradition
but
as well.
oral tradition in and of
Because you
itself.
said something about not written down. You said it has to be
Sweet.
written down. And I just
Then
gave a
there's no
scenario where it
evidence
doesn't
of
have
it.
to
There's
be
no
written
evidence of
down.
it, is what I'm saying, Bill. You're making a claim that
Evidence
people have.
for you.
No, there's.
No,
Please
no, this
provide
is
any
still
evidence.
we're in your
Please
thought.
provide
Remember,
any
we're in your
evidence.
brain right now. This is how
All right,
you think.
Bill, when I'm talking, what you're going to do is stop, or I'm going to disconnect you. I want to continue this conversation, but you're going to have to shut the fuck up every once in a while. Now, please listen. We
Be a
do
little bit
not,
more
in and of
respectful.
itself,
tell me about
have.
you.
We do
Fuck
not,
up,
in and of
man.
itself, have any evidence for oral transmission because intrinsically, it is something that doesn't provide any evidence that we still have today. There's the only way that we could have evidence that something is passed down orally is if somebody was to write about somebody else talking about it. Like if the Greeks or something or the Romans had mentioned that, or even the Jews had mentioned that, oh, hey, by the way, the Christians are saying this at this point in time. They're saying this thing.
So
Then
you're
we have
saying
evidence that they're talking.
Are you saying the tribes around the world who has oral traditions? Are you saying that like they don't have evidence now? Yes or no?
Oral transmission by itself
Just yes or no?
does not have any evidence for it unless you have somebody on the outside
I'm saying
talking
for
about
them.
someone talking.
For
Like, give me an
them.
example.
You have the oral tradition of the Dogon. You have the oral tradition of the Hopi people.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a lot of
the only
it's a lot of
evidence that we
tribes with
have
oral.
of these
So like,
traditions
how
is
would you
what?
fit that
Where do we
evidence
get
for
the
them is what I'm
evidence of
asking.
them? Where do we get the evidence that they had this oral transmission?
Through the people.
Just today?
Through the people.
Today?
Through the bro. My only
Are you
answer
just
would be
saying
the
like today,
people.
like
'Cause
people
how you
saying
gonna
it
have
today?
the
Is that what you're
oral
saying it?
tradition without the people speaking?
Okay. Are you just saying like today, like people saying it today?
Say that again because I'm a little confused on what you're saying
Okay.
right now.
Evidence for something that we have today is either through the written word in some particular way, like a carving or some inscription or some text, or it's we're hearing it today. Like we just hear them say it today and they tell us that they've been saying it for a long time. Which one is it?
I'm going to go with neither. I'm going to stay with my interpretation of just.
Okay, that's not a thing. Okay, so Chloe, we'll just move on to you because that person was not understanding what oral transmission even really means. What you got there, Chloe?
Honestly, I'm like pretty new to, I guess, Christianity or religion, so I don't know too much. But my thing is if you're not gonna believe like the evidence from the Bible, how can you believe history books and stuff or like
Because
ancient?
history books usually have corroborating evidence or cite their sources and go back to, generally
Yeah,
speaking,
but
either
no one was
archaeological
really
evidence or
alive during that
contemporaries.
time
Go ahead.
either. No one was really alive during that time either. Like
No one
to
is
this day.
alive?
Okay, well, like people were alive, but there's not people in this day and age
Yeah,
that.
that's why I said archaeological evidence. I didn't say
I mean, there
like
is
an eyewitness.
archaeological evidence. There's evidence
no
of the
archaeological
blood.
evidence of Jesus or
There's
Paul.
the Shroud of Turin, or however you
The
say it.
Shroud of Turin dates to the 1300s. That's not.
No.
Yeah. It's
Okay, well, I don't want to make
definitely-
myself sound stupid because I am still like new to this, but yeah.
So,
I
are
don't
you
know.
aware that the person who claimed that they found the Noah's Ark like literally got debunked multiple times? Like, it's really bad. The person who says that they found it was a guy named Ron Wyatt. And not only is that a rock structure, and we know that it is because we've tested it multiple times using much better equipment than he supposedly had. But on top of that, like there's multiple instances all over the world of things exactly shaped like that. So yeah, it's just a rock formation. It's from where like mudslides and stuff like that have come down from the mountain and everything and just kind of formed something that kind of sort of looks like a boat shape. kind of, sort of.
Damn.
But it's not even the right size or anything like that. It doesn't. It's not a thing.
Damn. Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna keep on listening. Sorry.
Yep, not a problem. Not a problem. Thank you very much, Chloe.
Yeah, see you.
Next we got Patriarch Logic. What you got there, man?
Yeah, hello.
Hey.
So you said that Jesus Christ never existed. Can you give an argument for that?
Yeah, you can't be born 10 years before you're born.
Sure, show me that.
That you can't be born 10 years before you're born?
No, I mean, show me in the Bible. Do you know how a Jewish calendar works?
A Jewish calendar?
Yes.
Well, neither of those would have had to have come into play here because the same Jewish person... What?
No, I'm asking you, do you know how a Jewish calendar works? It's going to help us.
That's irrelevant to this conversation.
It's irrelevant, so you don't know how it works. Just say you don't.
No, it's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant. Okay, go to the verse. It says that. Let's go to the verse.
What verse do you think it is?
Shoot, I don't know. I'm just
okay.
telling
Well,
you.
You brought up the Jewish calendar, so in what
I
verse regarding Jesus?
That's not relevant to the verse and everything.
In what verse that talks about Jesus's birth does it mention anything on the Jewish calendar?
Are you dumb? It doesn't have to. Was he there during Jewish time, the first century?
Jewish time? What the fuck does that even mean?
Oh my gosh, this dude's stupid. Okay, do you know what a Jewish calendar is?
Yes, I know what a Jewish calendar is. I'd like for you to please explain how that's related to what I said.
Oh my god, it's gonna definitely be because Jewish calendars. That's how they what's it called, measured birth during the time and everything. Are you dumb? Jewish calendars refers to the date and everything, and the birth refers to the date.
So please refer to the verse that talks about Jesus' birth and also a date.
You brought the verse up. Can you bring it?
Well, you're the one who says it has something to do with the calendar.
You brought the verse. Can you bring the verse? Let's go
what
to
I'm
it.
trying to do is show that you don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what I'm talking about. Go to the verse. Correct. Go to the verse.
Okay. So when I bring up the verse that talks about Jesus' birth, listen.
Stop trying to stall. You don't know the verse. Go to the verse.
Listen.
Go to the verse.
When Patriarch, if you talk, I'm just going to go ahead and move on.
You just talk too damn much and don't go to the verse.
Sounds good. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next person here. The Jewish calendar doesn't have anything to do with it. It doesn't say on the Jewish calendar anything about Jesus' birth. Anyways, Pisceos Repenter, what you got?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Is the claim that Jesus and Paul never existed?
Yes.
I know two high school buddies named with that, Jesus and Paul.
Mm-hmm.
So they did exist. So you're wrong.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, that's literally it.
That was it?
You're debunked.
You just want to make a joke that people make all the time?
Jesus and Paul, they're real people, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay.
So that disproves your argument.
Sounds good, man.
Yep.
Tell your mom to wear something nice tonight, okay? All right. Let's see. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, you can come on up. Well, there you go. All right. Still telephone. He can't even prove his friend. I don't even know what that person's talking about. Never heard that joke before. Yeah. that Patriarch Logic or whatever came up and was just like, hey, I want to hear a contradiction. And I told him the contradiction, and then he brought up the Jewish calendar as if that means anything. So the reason that we know that this is 10 years apart is because one singular, or not only the reason we know, but one good reason we know is because one single Jewish person, who I guess used the Jewish calendar, told us it was 10 years apart. So I don't know. What does that even mean? The Jewish calendar is not going to help you here. It's not going to suddenly make any difference. All right. I cannot join the live? What? I don't know what's going on there. All right. Who was the person that told us it was 10 years apart? Well, like, he helps explain the timeline there. That's Josephus. You got anything better than a joke?
Dude, there's no way this is actually a serious argument. Every
Do you
historian.
have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Yep. Historical attestation. This
What
is a
historical
historical
attestation do we have back then to Jesus or Paul?
Number one would be the gospel.
Sweet. The Gospels don't mention Paul.
Sorry?
The Gospels don't mention Paul.
Yeah. Why would they need to?
Well, because you said that we have historical
You said
attestations.
Jesus or Paul.
Okay,
I
sweet.
can-
Well,
I'm
do they
either
mention
both.
Paul?
No, they do not mention
Sweet.
Paul.
Who
He
mentions
comes
Paul
later.
back then? What historical attestation do we have?
Again, I'm talking about Jesus. Can you let me make one point at a time?
Okay, cool.
There's two
Harry Potter
different
books
people.
talk about Harry Potter. How did you determine that they were historically reliable when talking about Jesus?
Yeah, so Josephus attests to Jesus'
Sweet.
existence.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you know anything about that passage?
I've not. Do you have it?
It's the testimony of Flavianum found in Antiquities of the Jews, Book 18, Chapter 3,
Yeah.
Section 3.
Yeah, so what's going to be the problem with that?
Considering the fact that he didn't fucking write it. It was written by Eusebius, so a little over 200 years after the death of Josephus. He literally says in his book,
What-
Demonstratio
yeah.
Evangelica, he says, let us now make use of Josephus the Jew, and gives us the paragraph for the first time in human history.
What standard of evidence are you using to
Manuscripts.
for someone's existence, like any historical figure?
Okay, well, there's different levels of confidence. The highest level would be, from antiquity. So before any kind of like audio recording, videos, or pictures, you're going to have their remains. You're going to have something that they own, their descendants maybe, something archaeological or something that you can test and actually date with science. Then you have like manuscripts, things that are written down by contemporaries of them, people who were eyewitnesses to them. That would be pretty good. People who write to them, like letters that stylometrically come back as that author, people who write themselves that stylometrically comes back as them. That's pretty good as well. And then you have people writing right after their death in mundane ways. And then finally you have a whole bunch of dog shit. And finally you have the Gospels right after that, which is things that are written over 100 years after the supposed death of the main character, published by somebody who didn't think it was a human being, filled with magic, anachronisms, contradictions, and written in third-person omniscient, where you're able to hear behind walls, which was indicative of fiction. Lifted from prior sources for the theological things, the supernatural things, the natural things, and the teachings. So it's pretty much dog shit.
So if you found remains of somebody, right?
Yeah.
Let's say you just found a bunch of skeletons. How would you determine? Let's say I told you that person remain was an Alexander the Great or Caesar or somebody.
Cool.
How would you go on verifying that?
I
them,
wouldn't
or-
verify it because
So you
unless
can't
you actually
verify
have, say what?
So you can't verify remains of a person and say that's
You can
that's
verify remains of the person, like going back in, like prior to pictures and audio recording, that kind of thing. We can do that, but nevertheless,
How?
like we could verify the remains of George Washington because we have his
How would you
DNA
know that that's
descendants.
George Washington? How would you know that
DNA.
So you can get DNA from the bones and say that that's him. I don't know how that prove anything.
Because of DNA. Because we can actually match it with people who are related to George Washington. We don't have anybody who's related to Jesus, and we don't have his remains. We also don't have that for Paul, and we haven't tested them for their DNA or anything like that.
I mean, yeah, the claim is that he resurrected, so we wouldn't be looking
Cool.
for bones.
So how convenient. We don't have anything. So I don't know why you're bringing it up because it doesn't really relate to
because you're
Jesus at
saying
all here.
remains are a proof for somebody.
Yep. Remains
existing.
could be
So, for
proof for
example,
somebody that is before pictures, audio recording, and video, like George Washington. Yes, you are correct.
My bones look just like your bones. How would you be able to determine that?
I already
like
said
that?
DNA. Move to your next point.
No, that's not a valid.
Okay,
Because
it is
DNA
because we can
goes
literally
only
test it
based
with
on
your
test.
rest of your family. Do you have anything else, or did you want to also just show how stupid you are when it comes to science?
Actually, you're the one that's being stupid here. You don't know science or anything like that.
Cool, awesome.
because-
So how do you know that DNA is? Do you not even know that DNA is being used in like courtrooms and whatnot? Do you not understand how DNA
yeah,
works?
eyewitnesses are also used in courtrooms, which you don't care about. So
Sweet. Do you have
that's-
any
that's
eyewitnesses
irrelevant.
to Jesus or Paul? Name me one person who says I saw Jesus or Paul during their ministries.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be the apostles.
Okay,
it's
like
gonna
who?
be John,
Who?
Mark, Luke.
Okay, Mark and Luke weren't even disciples, so congratulations on not knowing your own book. Where does John say it's written by John?
Sorry?
Mark and Luke are not
It
disciples,
literally
so
said-
congratulations
yeah.
on not knowing your own book.
In the
Where does
verse,
John
it
say that
says,
it's written by
"I,
John?
In the
I,
verse it
John?
says I John. Look it up, yeah.
Okay, so in the Gospel of John, where does it say it?
says who's writing it. It's the author. It says,
Where does it say it?
John. Look up the word, man. I'm not. You want me to give you the verse and look it up?
What verse?
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead. All right. Well, you're off the app, so I can't hear you. So if you're talking, we have no idea.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get the verse.
Sweet.
I'm
So
not
what
talking
verse?
right now.
What verse you got?
Give me a second, bro.
You weren't able to find the verse in 30 seconds? Well, I'll play the music again. You're not gonna find anything. Good luck. All right. Well, Paisos Repenter said that this wasn't even a serious lie because he couldn't fathom the idea that he was wrong and then said something demonstrably false and is not able to back it up because he is finding right now, while furiously tapping away at his screen on Google, that there is no verse in the Gospel of John that says it's written by John. John isn't even fucking named. Congratulations. And then he also tried to say that Mark and Luke were disciples. They're not even disciples. All right. Paisos, you're off the app. Do you have anything else before we go ahead and give you that lovely little kick? Do you have anything else? You can come back over here and try to present more evidence if you got it. What do you got there, Paisos? For some reason, you're muted there. Oh, yep, you're back.
Yeah.
There you go. What do you got?
It's just a verse.
You're really quiet, man. What'd you put your
Sorry,
phone in your pocket? Okay.
Yo, you're unbelievable, bro. But anyways, it's just a
I'm
verse.
pretty
where he says,
believable
"I,
considering the
John,
fact that
I'm
I said that
writing you."
it's not in here. So what verse in the Gospel of John says it's written by John?
Oh, wait, by the way, are you Sola Scriptura or?
It doesn't matter. You're still quoting a verse that doesn't exist.
Can I quote church fathers or anything? Is that? Do you take that?
Is that John talking?
Again, I'm just asking.
Is that
are you
John
Sola
talking? You said that we have eyewitness testimony. It wouldn't be eyewitness testimony if it's somebody else, would it?
Yeah, I'm not pivoting, by the way. It's just
I mean,
trying
you
to find
are.
the verse where
You're
it says,
trying to
"I,
find
John."
anything to go to. Is there anything
Well,
in the
the-
Gospel of John
yeah.
that is like you said it was? I gave you a full minute and even some extra time there, and you still didn't find it, did you? You were trying to find it.
Yeah.
Oh, you found it. What verse is it in the Gospel of John? What is
I
it?
said I just couldn't find it. It's there. It's there. I know it's there.
Okay, but you just couldn't find it?
Yeah.
So all these different Christian websites and stuff like that would pull up first on Google and you couldn't find a shit? It's pretty
No.
pathetic. If you're wondering how this is going, it's going terribly. You're doing awful.
Bro, KB already cooked you, bro. Like, dude, I don't
I don't even know who that is.
KB Crusader and all them. You've been
No
cooked
idea
like
who that is.
multiple times. Just
Sweet.
look up the clips, bro.
Cool. You're doing awful.
Yeah, and you do this for a job, by the way, which is pretty crazy. Like,
Yep.
you gotta
I
get a
cook
life,
fools like
man.
you for a living. It's pretty nice.
Are you a Christian,
Anything
by the
else?
way? How are you Christ reformer? What gospel do you follow?
Sweet. You got any evidence that John wrote John? No.
Bro, do I need to like show you John in order to show that he wrote it? Like,
Yeah, what verse?
you're pretty
That's what
stupid,
we've been
bro.
asking for this whole time, dipshit. Go ahead. Bring it up. What you got? What verse? I'll even pull it
this
up
is
in
really
your
ridiculous, bro.
preferred version of the Bible.
Yeah.
Probably KJV because you got your head back in the past, but please continue.
All right, okay, give me one, just one more try. I just gotta find
One
the
more
verse.
try. All right, you got 30 more seconds, and then if you don't come back up here, we're just going to go ahead and drop you down to where you belong. Grim says, not sure if I've seen anyone even bring him to a simmer. That's funny. All right, so you've had 30 seconds. You asked one more try. I went ahead and gave you that extra 30 seconds. Come on up here. Let's see your answer. What is your answer? Where is the verse in the Gospel of John that says that is written by John? Go ahead.
Okay, go to Luke 8:51. Why do I need to go to the Gospel of John, by the way? That's pretty crazy. I
You
can
tried to say that the Gospel of John was an eyewitness account.
Is this an internal critique or external critique, bro? Like,
Luke is not an eyewitness either. You tried to name him earlier as an eyewitness and a disciple. You were wrong on 2 accounts.
What? Luke is not a disciple?
Did you not know this? Have you never read the Bible?
Yo, you got to be tripping on balls or something. Luke is, of course, he's a disciple.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and pull up the 12 disciples. They are Peter, Andrew, James, John, Philip, Bartholomew, Matthew, Thomas, James, Thaddeus, also called Jude, Simon the Zealot, Judas Iscariot, and Matthias, who replaced Judas Iscariot. Congratulations. You're stupid for like 3 or 4 different reasons.
Wait, so who's Luke then if he's not one of the disciples?
Did you want an actual answer to that question?
All right, go ahead. Yeah, we're having a discussion.
According to church tradition, Luke is a doctor who travels around with Paul, who also wasn't a disciple.
Oh, okay. So they come later. It's just not very clear. I've read it multiple times. I didn't see that.
Well,
I just assumed
you read it multiple times and never realized that even the Gospel of Luke doesn't say Luke in it.
No.
Yeah, it seems like you haven't really read it at all. So again, we're looking for the verse, the answer to the question. And the question was, where in John does it say that John wrote it? And your answer is.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go look this up. Since
Sweet.
I'm not a.
Well, you've already got 3 tries to look it up, and you didn't find it, did you?
No, I'm gonna go
Okay.
do more research.
The answer was no, and you wagered. Oh, you're spot on the panel. Sorry, buddy. All right. Let's see here. Dunning-Kruger effect in full force. Yep. That's how that goes. Christians, for the love of the deity you believe in, why do you not read the Bible? Oh, yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Now that's what I call a Texas barbecue.
So true. So true. That's how that goes, guys. You know, something that Matthew and I mentioned when going through on some of the member videos there on YouTube, we went through some of the bad reviews for our book and stuff like that, or negative reviews of our book. And something that we noticed was that people are definitely aware of the TikTok, very clearly aware. And some people even run to like Reddit, and we read through a whole Reddit thread of like someone saying, "Oh, hey, have you guys seen this Christ before Jesus guy on TikTok? Like, how do I beat him? Like, how do I prove him wrong? You know, that kind of thing." And people were just ranting and raving about how we're just wrong and we're dumb and stuff like that. But what was funny is that Matthew pointed out eventually, he goes, you know, if there was something that you could bring up that would just prove us wrong, number one, why have we not heard it? And B, why don't they just keep spamming it? Like, let's say for instance that you think that I'm lying to you. Let's say that you think I'm lying to you. I'm trying to gaslight you and stuff like that. Even though, you know, here, ever since the end of May, we've had these streams. They'll, right after I'm done, they upload on YouTube. You can watch them back in their entirety. It's not that hard. So the point is, you can go and watch them. You can go and watch, you know, me deal with trolls and deal with people who know their shit, people who don't know their shit, have thoughtful, insightful conversations with people who are going through deconstruction, all kinds of stuff. There's plenty of minutes of us just shooting the shit like this. You can go back and watch it. Now, maybe you might think, okay, well, maybe somebody cooked him before he started going onto YouTube. Okay. You might even think maybe he doctored the YouTube videos or something like that to where it, like, I don't know, it goes. But we are live right here, right now. You would think that if there was some way to beat me, they would, and by beat me, it's not like a competition per se, but like if that's their words, not mine. That they would just come in here and just spam it. They'd just be like, oh, hey, like, here's the reason why, here's the reason why, here's the reason why, and then just win every time. That guy, the last guest there, said, oh, hey, you can go watch the clips. You got cooked. Then just repeat the clip. Repeat what you heard on there. It should be that easy. Sorry. All right. Shadow.
Hello?
Is it Shadow
Hello?
Extra?
Just call me Shadow.
Shadow, okay.
So, I'm questioning your prompt. Is it the historical Jesus and historical Paul, or the Christian?
Yeah. Well, I would
Also,
say
you're against
my co-author and I, which by the way, people on Reddit said that I couldn't go 10 minutes without showing the book. I haven't even showed it this entire time. I don't even know where it fucking is. Where is the book? Oh, I think it fell down. It's not even like on like my shelf. Anyways, I had to dig it out. Okay, Christ Before Jesus. By the way, if you're interested, Christ Before Jesus is the book that me and my data science co-partner go over the Greek New Testament and stuff like that. We take a look at it, try to date it, and then we come to these realizations there. But yes, in the book Christ Before Jesus, which is available, the ebook is just $3. The link is in my bio here on TikTok or on the YouTube. It's also got print version, obviously, and an audiobook. But in this book, we argue that even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist. So that would be the official stance. So even the natural version did not exist.
Okay, can you give me reasons why, or should I start saying why he existed?
Which one would you prefer? Would you like to give your evidence for why he existed, or would you like to
For
hear
me, it doesn't
my
matter.
argument?
Okay, I'll just start with the logical thinking. So if a historical person like Jesus didn't exist, then it wouldn't make totally sense for Christians to pop up out of nowhere, right? So what I'm saying is that
What do you mean pop up out of nowhere?
So if Jesus didn't exist, Christians in the Middle East wouldn't just come up randomly and start claiming that a guy got resurrected from the dead. So
I'm not saying they do.
So how come then? But my point is that if Jesus didn't exist, Christians also wouldn't exist. Or like if Jesus didn't exist, then Christians wouldn't pop up out of.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they pop out of nowhere and just say that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but that's my entire point. If the historical Jesus didn't even exist, my bad. In Jerusalem, there wouldn't be how can I explain this? People coming out of nowhere and start worshiping Jesus.
They don't. That's what I'm saying.
They did. That's my point.
When?
When? For example, the eyewitnesses.
Okay. Who's an eyewitness to Jesus?
The 4 Gospels.
The 4 Gospels? Like Mark and Luke? People who weren't even disciples?
The 4 Gospels are, for example, eyewitnesses to Jesus. So
okay,
they worshipped
sweet.
him.
So name one eyewitness who writes one of those Gospels.
John.
Okay. Where does it say that John wrote it?
Now you're questioning the ownership of
authorship.
John.
I mean, you're the one who says it's written by John.
Am I right?
Where are you getting the idea that it's written by an eyewitness?
So you're explaining that the 4 Gospels weren't written by.
I mean, you're the one who's making claims about them being written by eyewitnesses. Prove it. Show it.
Yeah, because of traditional views.
Okay. Well, tradition views within Mormonism believes that Mormon himself abridged the entire Book of Mormon. No. It was very clearly Joseph Smith and his cronies that wrote it. I'm not going to believe it just because there's a tradition from a religion that likes the book. Cool. Where's your
Okay,
evidence that
so
John
can you
wrote
give
it?
me okay, so can you give me your view on who wrote it?
John?
No, I mean just the four gospels, like who wrote it in your
In all honesty, it doesn't matter. Like, you're the one who's claiming it's from an eyewitness. It
Oh,
never claims to be from an eyewitness. The author never says, I saw Jesus during his earthly
you're
ministry. So, I mean, it's your evidence. I don't have to do shit about it. I just have to show you that what you're saying about it, we don't have any evidence for. So we just set it to the side. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who wrote it. Now, I can show you why it's written in the
doesn't matter who
second
wrote it.
century, which means it's definitely not written by the people who you think it is, but that doesn't mean that I have to tell you exactly who it is. Like, that's not how that works. I don't have to tell you exactly where the ape suit that somebody put on to make that Bigfoot video. I don't have to tell you where they bought the suit or what brand of suit it was or how they made the suit. I don't have to tell you that. I just have to show you the Bigfoot and the way that it's explained or the way that it's filmed wouldn't make any sense to exist. That's all I have to show, is that your claim that it's Bigfoot isn't real. I don't have to tell you an alternative. That's not how that works. You're presenting evidence and you're saying that the four gospels are eyewitness testimony. Prove it. It's your evidence. Show me the proof that they are eyewitness testimony.
So, like I said, tradition, but if you're gonna disclaim it, is that
Tradition starting when? Who's the first one to even mention the Gospels? Who's the first one to even mention the Gospels?
Who's the first one to mention the Gospels?
Mm-hmm.
I believe it was what was the guy named? Around like 100 AD. It was this guy.
150.
Papias.
Okay, Papias dies in like 155. Or sorry, 167.
Papias of Hierapolis.
Sweet. He's still in the middle of the second century. The first person to mention the Gospels is Justin Martyr. He calls them Memoirs of the Apostles. Memoirs of the Apostles.
I don't agree with that because there's also other people who mentioned it before him.
No.
Ignatius of Antioch.
Ignatius of Antioch is later. Ignatius of Antioch is dated by Christian scholar M. David Levitt to 165 to 170. There's no evidence whatsoever that it was prior to 150.
Let me fact check that real quick. Ignatius. No, Ignatius of Antioch was around 110 AD.
No, the only reason people think that his death is around 110 is because Eusebius, who's an admitted liar, said that he was. But even multiple scholars acknowledge that he had a theological incentive to lie.
You're just telling me something, and I just fact-checked it, and it just said 110
Well, what is the evidence
AD,
that is
so
provided that shows that Ignatius wrote that in 110? What is the evidence that is provided?
I can't tell you the evidence because I just looked it up.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I get the idea that people think these particular things, but it's when you actually ask them for evidence, it's pretty clearly just wishful thinking and just compromise with church tradition. The only reason that Ignatius is dated that early is because of the fact that Eusebius, an admitted liar in the 4th century, said that he died in about 110. That's the only reason that people think that he wrote at the beginning of the 2nd century. Otherwise, people have presented the idea that he was Peregrinus Proteus, who died in 165. We also have scholars who say that it's as late as 170. But yeah, no, not at all.
Okay, can you give me a argument that the historical Jesus didn't exist? Because I'm.
Yep, you can't be born 10 years before you're born, right?
What?
Right? Can you be born 10 years before you're born?
No.
All right. Well, there you go. Matthew says that he was born during the reign of King Herod. Yeah. Luke says he was born during the reign of Quirinius, the governor of Syria. These people reigned 10 years apart from each other. Minimum.
Can you explain it again with Matthew?
Yep. Matthew says that he was born during the reign of King Herod in Matthew 2, verse 1. In Luke 2, verse 2, it says that in Luke, In Luke 2, verse 2, it says that Jesus was born in Bethlehem because of a census that was done by Quirinius, the governor of Syria, who didn't start reigning until 10 years after Herod the Great died.
I just looked at Matthew 2:1, or was it
2:1? Mentions Herod the Great, doesn't it?
No, after Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of Herod the king.
Yep, that's him.
All right, and how's that?
Because he died in 4 BCE. And then if you look at Luke 2:2, it will tell you that Jesus is born during the census of Quirinius, who started reigning in 6 CE. That's 10 years later.
Hold on, I'm gonna look.
What you find in there, Shadow?
I think that there's a historical chronology problem in Luke 2:2, but the argument about saying historical Jesus didn't exist doesn't
Okay,
mean
so the way that the New
wasn't
Testament
exist,
presents
or
him
the
is not
Gospels
real.
were
So
invented.
which one do you believe is true? Because you can't choose both of them; they're contradictory. Which one do you believe is true, Matthew or Luke?
No, a historical chronology problem, which historians
That's
are
still
still
a
debating
contradiction.
about, isn't saying.
That's a
It
contradiction.
is
You can't be
a
born 10 years
historical.
before you're born. So which one do you believe is true? Luke, Matthew, or neither?
I'm gonna say it again because it's a
Awesome. And
historical
I'm going to ask
chronology
you
problem.
again, which
Doesn't
one do
say
you think is true? Luke,
you
Matthew, or
you
neither?
don't, bro. Just because there's a chronology problem doesn't.
You're not even
It
saying
doesn't go
chronology
against the
correctly.
whole.
But
Yeah, because I
anyways,
have an accent.
it doesn't matter, dude. It's still a contradiction. It really doesn't. Doesn't matter at all. It's a contradiction. That means they can't be true at the same time. So which one do you think is true? Matthew, Luke, or neither?
Dude, again, a historical contradiction doesn't go against.
It's still a contradiction. That means they both can't be true at the same time, but they can both
Yeah,
be
but it
false
doesn't
at the
go
same time.
against his full divinity or
Sweet. So which one do
actual
you
historical.
think is true? Matthew, Luke, or neither?
Both.
You think both? No, they can't both be true because you can't be born during.
Yes, they can.
No.
Yes, they can.
Nope.
Just because they don't have the historical chronology or whatever it's called, it doesn't mean that both are wrong.
All right, where are you from, dude? Where are you from? So I can make sure this example is doing it. Like, what
Italy.
country are you from? What?
Italy.
Italy? Okay. So, what do you got? Prime ministers over there or something? Is that what you have? Prime ministers? Or do you have presidents? I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
Okay. So, that would be like saying that you were born during the prime ministership of Meloni, but also during the prime ministership of Renzi. That's impossible. Like you can't. They're, not only are they not at the same time, there's multiple people in between them that were in charge. So no, it's impossible. Now you could be born during Meloni, you could be born during Renzi, or you could be born during neither of them, but you can't be born during both. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So which one is it? Is it Matthew, who says he's born during the time of Herod the King, Herod the Great? Or is it Luke, who says he's born during the census of Quirinius that happens 10 years later? Or is it neither of them? Which one?
Okay, I kind of understand it, but so the chronological problem is like you're assuming they Luke 2:2, if I'm correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Refers to the famous 86 census.
Yes.
And the Greek wording is debated.
No, it's not debated. It's explicit that that's what it is.
And there are historical possibilities involving an earlier registration of
No, the Quirinius did
earlier
not
activities
actually
there.
take part in that, so it wouldn't have made any sense. Also, if that was the case, if there was an earlier one, then it would have been over Judea, correct? Like during King Herod, because King Herod was over Judea. He wasn't over Galilee. That's not part of Judea. Galilee is where Joseph's from, so Joseph would not have had to come into the town.
What I'm talking about is about the Greek wording, which is debated by historians.
No, it's not debated. You just found something that possibly would look that way because you found an apologetics website. No, it's not debated. In no way, shape, or form is it debated. Because again, Joseph, who was from Galilee, according to Luke, would not have had to go to Judea if there was a king over Judea and not the census of Quirinius of Syria. That wouldn't make any sense.
All right, but to be honest, it's the first time I'm hearing about this.
I
will
know,
come later
because
up
you've
and,
only been told the Bible
debate
from
about it.
people who think it's true.
No.
Yes.
I've spoken with many different people with different beliefs.
You have not spoke to somebody who has pointed this out because they think that Jesus actually existed. This is probably the first time you've ever talked to somebody who thinks that Jesus did not exist.
That's wrong.
What mythicist did you talk to prior to me?
Well, we've spoken about that, for example, that the historical Jesus is only proven through the Bible, which is a false claim made by a guy that doesn't believe in the historical Jesus.
Who? Who did you talk to?
Student.
A student?
A student from my school.
How old are you?
Well, I just turned 18, but that conversation was about 2 years ago.
All right, listen. If you had a conversation 3 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, with someone who was probably 16 or 15, then they probably didn't know too terribly much about the Bible. It's possible that they did. But nevertheless, this is the first time that you're hearing it from someone who actually knows their shit.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna come up later and discuss this with you. Does that sound good?
I mean, you can if you want.
All right. See you soon.
All right. Thank you. That was Shadow, everybody. Shadow. All right. Super chats there. We got $5 there from Generic Codename. Nice. Says Tacitus's Roman historian and his work titled The Annals, Book 15, Chapter 44, offers proof outside of the Bible of Christ's existence. Another $5 there from him. It said, look up Tacitus's The Annals, Book 15, Passage 44, proof Christ exists outside the Bible. Actually, one of the earliest accounts of his existence. Do I count that as 2? Nah, probably not. Probably just 1. Shit, god damn it. All right, anyways, so, look at that. All right. So, just in case Generic Codename is watching over there on YouTube, there have been 58 people prior to you in the last just about a month or so who have brought up Tacitus and not done well. So I'm glad that you brought it up because I'm sure yours is going to be the one that actually makes it. And it's not, spoiler alert. So Tacitus, no. Tacitus does refer to Christians, which is a term that's been around since the beginning of, the end of the first century BCE, the beginning of the first century, before Jesus' supposed ministry and everything like that. Also, he says Christ, which is a title, not a name. So that's really weird. He's not looking at any kind of records. He would have said, Jesus or his, Greek, Latin, Hebrew name, whatever. Then also Christians, which is the name that he calls the group with an E, would not have got their name from Christus with an I. So we can already tell that there's a red flag there for the writing and try to figure out the authorship for it. He then goes on to call Pontius Pilate a procurator when Judea didn't have a procurator until the decade after Pilate was dismissed. Pilate was a prefect. We know this from the Pilate Stone. So no. There's a lot of different errors, and then when we dive into it stylometrically, we see that it's not even written by Tacitus. It doesn't get mentioned until the early 5th century, and when it gets alluded to by Tertullian in 200, the first Christian that we know of who wrote in Latin or read Latin, he says, consult your history books or look at your history books. We were blamed for the fire in Rome, but he never mentions anything about how Tacitus said anything about Christ, just Christians. Because it does talk about them. They've been around for quite some time as a mystery cult. The Jesus portion was added later, sometime probably in the 4th century, which is when the Testimonium Flavianum and Josephus was also concocted by Eusebius. Kid 40, what you got?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm actually not like I'm a deist, but I do believe that Jesus was a real person. So I just want to ask you just a couple questions, just to see, what you think about this. So there are some like accounts of after he was, supposedly crucified, of random people that were just kind of in town that wrote about it. Who those people aren't really
What?
like, yeah.
What are you talking about?
So like when he was crucified, there was people that obviously people move around. There are people in town that wrote down like, hey, there's this guy that everyone's calling the Messiah. He was just crucified on the cross. Like he seems like he has a really.
What
Let me-
text? Big if true. Big if true. I don't think I've ever heard this before. New evidence unlocked. Yeah, this is a special character, a new character. This will be it, guys. This will be it. Kid 40 is going to have us running for the hills. Large if factual. Or, as, little as Tiny Science said earlier, it would be tiny. Tiny if true. Tiny if true. Tiny if false?
All right, ready?
All right. What do we got?
So there's a guy named this.
What? Sorry.
There's a guy named. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh yeah. So there's a guy named Josephus. I'm kind of like going back to like the. Why'd you make that face?
Josephus has been brought up over the last month 59 times prior to you. Do you think that you are suddenly going to present him in a way that is just going to completely just blow our fucking minds?
Oh, I guess. All right. No. I guess I'm.
By the way,
I'm here
what do
to-
you mean he went to Jerusalem after? Josephus was born in 37. He wasn't even born when Jesus supposedly died on the cross.
I'm saying these are people that wrote about it.
You said that they like went to Jerusalem and said it came back saying, "Oh, hey, there's some guy called the Messiah." What are you talking about? Where'd you get that part? Did you make that up?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't make that up. I'm saying these were people that wrote about it. What I guess what is your?
Did you name anybody? You said people. Did you name anybody else other than Josephus? Because you were popping in and out, so maybe we heard something, misheard something.
No, I think the other person is also on your
Tacitus.
Is that how they?
They was boys.
Yeah, him and Lucian.
Josephus isn't born until 37. Very clearly wasn't there when Jesus died. Tacitus wasn't born until the 50s. So very clearly wasn't there. Lucian of Samosata isn't born until Lucian of Samosata. He's born until like the 100s. Where did you get that whole narrative that they came out of Jerusalem and started telling people about it? Where did you get that?
So people who were there maybe like 20 or 30 years later, you don't take any account of like that is still like within like the time frame.
People who aren't even born until 20 years later? You think that's still within the time frame of what?
Well, no. If Jesus was born around 4 to 6 BC, you would say that he died when around 27.
Okay, so a guy who isn't even
AD,
born
right?
for 10 more years, you think he's close enough? Like, what does that even mean?
I'm saying if this guy Jesus was that prominent to that many people, I think he was still a real person. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
So-
that he did all these miracles.
Who
he's
is
son of
Josephus?
God, but
Tell
like,
me about Josephus. What do you know about him?
basically the stuff you kind of just said, but he just has his account. He just has his account
Is
of
he a Christian?
people calling this. What?
Is he a Christian?
No, he's not a Christian.
And you think he's just
No,
talking
he was
about other
Jewish.
people saying it?
Yeah, so I would say from that time, like he wasn't that far removed
Cool.
from the event for people to still be making this a big deal. Him saying,
But
oh,
you're
like,
saying that
like-
he's saying other people said it, right?
yeah, that's his account.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and read the Testimony Flavianum, which is what you're talking about. About this time there lived Jesus, a wise man, if indeed one ought to call him a man. What the fuck is that? What does that mean?
Because people were calling him like the son of God. If people were to call him a man,
Does he say other people are calling him a god? Or does he say, if indeed one ought to call him a man? That's his own opinion, no?
yeah, probably based off of what
So
people
do you
are
think
saying
a
about him.
Jewish person is going to say he was potentially God?
Yeah, he's saying if he were to even call him a man, and implying that the people
It doesn't say
from that
anything about
time
how the
didn't even see
people
him
said
as
that
they
he
saw
was
him as
God.
God, which they did.
It does not say that. It doesn't say that people were calling him God. It's just giving his opinion and saying if indeed one ought to call him a man. It's not saying I'm getting this from anyone.
Okay, why would he say that?
Exactly.
Why would he say that?
Exactly. We're going to keep moving. For he was one who performed surprising deeds. Weird. This phrase, by the way, is actually not a phrase that he actually used in this particular way. This phrase, actually, in the Greek, he uses to mean poet. And was a teacher of such people as accept the truth gladly. He won over many Jews and many of the Greeks. He was the Christ. Still think this is a Jewish guy? We'll continue. And when upon the accusation of the principal men among us, Pilate had condemned him to a cross, those who first come to love him did not cease. He appeared to them spending a third day restored to life, for the prophets of God had foretold these things and 1,000 other marvels about him.
Yeah, no, I still think he's Jewish.
You think a
Even
Jewish
if you
person
read-
would
even if
say
you
this
read-
is the Messiah?
It's possible. It's like
A Jewish person would say he was the Messiah.
Is it impossible? Is it impossible?
Yes.
No, it's not, because he's literally just coming there and he's saying what people are saying about him. Read
No,
the
he
last
doesn't.
line. Read.
No, he doesn't.
Read the last line.
And the
Yeah, he
tribe of
does.
Christians so called after him has still to this day not disappeared.
Okay, so
he's not saying
if
he's
he was a
getting this
Christian-
information from anybody. Where does he
he's-
say he's getting the information from somebody?
So either you think that
Where is he
that
saying he's getting the information from somebody? Who calls him
the way
Christ?
he wrote it.
Okay.
The way he
Where?
wrote it.
What way? Please point it out. What line in
If
here
indeed-
makes you think that he is calling?
If indeed one to call him a man.
Yeah, it's
that's the
obvious
first
that
part.
he would not write that. That's the point. He was the Christ. That is obvious. He would not write that. He came back to life 3 days later and appeared to people. It's obvious he would not write that. Josephus was straight up living at the Roman emperor's compound in the 90s when this book comes out. You think he is suddenly writing and saying that there was a Messiah and stuff like that, and then the Christians are fucking awesome and they believe in a guy who actually could have been a god, was the Messiah, and was foretold by God a long time ago? You think that was a good idea? Like for someone who wanted to keep their head on their shoulders?
No, what I'm saying is that this is his like account of
his account.
What was happening at the time. He's saying, oh, there was a guy that was
I'm
condemned to the
aware as
cross.
to what this is. I get that it's a narrative, but it is not something that
Right.
Josephus was there for, and it's also not something he says he gets from anybody. On top of that, it's very clearly not something a Jewish man who's living at the Roman emperor's compound in the 90s would have written about Christians or Jesus. That is very clearly not something he wrote. The first time we get it is from a guy named Eusebius, an admitted liar at the beginning of the 4th century who says in his book Demonstratio Evangelica, let us now make use of Josephus the Jew, and then gives us this paragraph for the first time ever. Multiple church fathers prior to Eusebius quote from Josephus, some of them even quoting from the same fucking book. Never do they mention any line or sentence or even phrase from this particular paragraph because it wasn't in there. The paragraph before it and after it go together. So much so that in Wars of the Jews, another book from Josephus, he talks about the same material that's in the paragraph before it and after it without ever mentioning Jesus. It is very clearly something that was put into the text. Even Christian scholars today acknowledge that at least a portion of it was doctored or interpolated, which means added later, but they don't have a version of it in Greek that even remotely predates Eusebius that isn't a interpolated version. The wrong version is the first version we ever got. It is very clearly something that was added later. It was not something Josephus wrote.
So I guess how do you think all these people were fooled
Eusebius
into like thinking like this? Okay, also all these people in the comments saying like I'm actually a Christian. No, bro, just stop. Like I can be a deist and have like an opinion on like the Christianity or know about it. So
Well,
like I'm not yeah, like I'm
if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck. But the point is, look, the reason why people are deceived on these kind of things is because of the fact that people who were able to read or write were constantly making the Christians just fall for their bullshit. Lucian of Samosata, you mentioned him. Have you ever read the text that you were referring to there by Lucian of Samosata?
Yeah, a while ago though. That's the
What's it called?
I don't know.
It's called The Passing or the Death of Peregrinus. It's about a guy named Peregrinus Proteus, who was a patricidal con man, who in the early 2nd century unalived his father, ran away from home, got mixed in with the Christians, and wowed them because he knew how to read and write. It says he wrote some of their books and edited others. They called him the second coming of Socrates, bankrolled him, gave him food and housing, made him a bishop. Then, when he was inevitably jailed for patricide, they bribed the guards so that they could go into the jail and have sex with him. The Christians thought he was a rock star. They loved him because, as Lucian points out, they are gullible, miserable wretches. The Christians loved this kind of shit. They ate it up. They were dumb as boxes of rocks. And they just fell for literally anybody who could read or write. And so whenever you have somebody who is saying, oh, hey, this Jesus guy actually existed, they just ate it up. I don't know how to tell you any other way. If you want evidence to why a whole bunch of people can just be motivated by, the teachings of somebody or something like that, or what they're saying, and just go with them to their deaths, look no further than January 6th. Look no further than the MAGA movement. It's very clear that even today, with all of our education, everybody's able to read and write, everybody has the internet and communication and stuff like that. We know things pretty much the second it fucking happens, but yet we have people in the first world who are stupid as shit and will just believe things to their death. Just being morons. When there was nothing to do except be afraid of the sun, it was pretty clear that these people would just fall for anything. And we know that they did because of the source you brought up, Lucian of Samosata.
Yeah, I get the analogy. It's just it's like a little bit different when you compare it over 2,000 years of
2,000 years dumber. Imagine those people
and billions, it's like billions of people. So like I said, I don't think
what the hell are you even talking about? 2,000 years ago, people were just as stupid, if not even, but they were definitely less educated. Only 3 to 5% of the population could even read or write. So if somebody shows up and says, oh, hey, I'm reading this, you don't even really technically have to say that you read it from this book. You can make it up as you went along. People would believe it. They're not able to fact check you. There's no eyewitnesses to this shit. The first time we get any stories for Jesus is over 100 years after his supposed death. Published by a guy who didn't even think he was a human being. And it's clearly a syncretic belief. The supernatural things get lifted from prior sources. Hell, you believe in Dionysus, the guy who's been around for over 1,000 years, who the Greek god who was able to change water into wine, and he was affiliated with like the Eucharist kind of stuff, with like drinking wine as blood and bread as flesh and stuff like that. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, well, Jesus does the same thing, so it's not really far-fetched that those people are going to believe it too. I mean, people already believed in things that you would say is nonsense. Jesus just combines all that nonsense into one character. That's all that it is. It's not a conspiracy. It's not like, ooh, the Romans were trying to control you. It's not like, ooh, the Jews were going to control you. That's dumb as shit. It's just people were looking for anything and everything to believe. It's the evolution of thought. We can see the mystery cult forming. We can see the mythology forming. We see the text as they show up. We see the characters developing after they come up. The Christians loved the concept of Jesus. It was like a comic book character. And they wanted more and more evidence, or not evidence, but they wanted more and more like episodes or more and more comics that come out.
Yeah, no,
different prints,
like
different
not like
editions.
I get that. Like a lot of these stories, like Noah's Ark and Adam and Eve, were already written beforehand in Mesopotamian tablets before they even reached the book. So I get what you're saying. People can be fooled, but
yeah. So they were fooled here. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like the people who you bring up, Josephus, Tacitus, we can tell that they were interpolated into by later Christians who had already bought into the idea. And by the 4th century, they were actively trying to work to convince people that it was historical. We can tell when people make this stuff up. Using today's technology, we can actually dive into text and use something called stylometry to verify the author's style and see whenever certain paragraphs do not line up with that same author. Guess what doesn't line up with Josephus? The Testimonium Flavianum. It's something that is written by someone else. And we know in this case who it is. It's Eusebius. It's just like, we can tell now that they were lying. But unfortunately, for a really long time, we weren't able to tell. So people just kind of thought, oh, well, it's something we're told, so we'll go with it. Hell, most people couldn't even read the Bible until hundreds of years later. Over 1,000 years later. It's really bad, man. It's really bad. It's really bad.
good shit. All right, bro. I mean, that's kind of like I said, like
I'd
I don't
also
think
like
he
to
was
point
like
out, by the way, that the New Testament has anachronisms in it. If you wanted the icing on the cake, that's it. If you wanted the smoking gun, that's it. There are stories in the New Testament where Jesus is interacting with things or concepts or places that did not exist when he was supposedly alive. That's evidence that this is just fiction. It's how fiction is written. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I still don't think he's like the son of God or anything, but I do think that he was like
Why?
a person.
What do you have for this guy?
I think he was still a person.
Why?
That existed. I don't think he.
Why?
I don't think he did like.
Cool.
Like miracles
we get that.
or
Why? Why do you think it was a person? What evidence do you have of this person now?
There's just too much. There's too much. Like even from the Jews themselves. Like there's
Jews
too
didn't
much.
write anything until the 3rd to 6th century is when the Babylonian Talmud shows up. He's not in the Mishnah. He's not in the Jerusalem Talmud either. And the Jerusalem Talmud was prior to the Babylonian Talmud. He's not in there. He's in the Babylonian Talmud that's written between the 3rd to 6th century. About half of that time was just during the time period when Rome itself, the entire empire, was Christian. So that's not evidence of him. That's just evidence of them going against Christianity. They say that he had 5 disciples and don't even name any that he actually had. Like they tried to give 5 names and they don't even line up with the disciples. It's pretty clear that they're just attacking Christianity. They say that he's boiling in liquid shit forever. What the hell does that even mean?
Yeah, I know. Shit. All right, bro. Appreciate it, man. Take it easy.
All right. Let's see. $5. $5 from Marv 34001 says, "Hi, genius. What? How do you know Josephus doesn't date Herod's death and census wrong, huh? Matt and Luke Matt and Luke Matt and Luke speak about the same point in history. Duh. Marv, your sarcasm hurts me sometimes because I read it and I'm like, this doesn't sound sarcastic, but I know he's being sarcastic. Oh, I don't even know how to respond to that, but what? That's my response. $5 from Emir. Hey, says might be funny to try to swap out the emphasis between Josephus and Tacitus. Tacitus and Josephus. Are you talking about the syllables? Is that what you're talking about? What's going on? James Atkinson. James, you there? Oh, somehow you're muted there. James, you there? James?
Can you hear me?
Hey.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, you said something that Christians are stupid, even though they shape one civilization.
What?
You just said
he
Christians
said why
are
they
stupid,
why
right?
they fell for that, or why would they fall for that? I said because
Now,
they fell for
according to
anything back then.
you said so. You just exposed your intention of your channel, right? To show
What?
that Christians are stupid.
No, I said back then they fell for anything. They were literally
according
called
to
gullible, miserable
Now,
wretches from Lucian of
now,
Samosata.
now, according to you, believe that Christians are stupid or gullible, right?
I mean, some of them, yeah, sure.
Okay, so the intention of you opening this channel is to make Christians look as if they are stupid, right?
No, they drew that on their own.
Okay. No, you always have your own. That is what you have a motive for your channel, which
It's
is
not
to
my
make
motive. They just
Christians
kind
look
of get up here and do it.
right. Okay, now I have a reason to prove that Paul existed.
You have
want
reason
to
to
hear?
believe that Paul existed? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Good
Yes.
fucking luck.
Okay, now do you know the essence?
What?
The essence, Judaism mystic from Dead Sea Scroll.
Yeah, no, he's the same guy. So weird.
Now,
Okay. $9.99 from Elope Nope. Said, Kid 40, you are excommunicated from the deistic cult. You are ashamed and never claim you being a deist. Yeah. It's he may be a deist, but he definitely leaned Christian. I think he said deist because he likes George Washington or some shit. Or Thomas Jefferson. He's just a big fan. King Cola.
What's up, Jared?
Hey.
Hey, listen, I read the book and I love it.
Oh.
I got a hard copy.
Oh, thank you.
And I got a lot of information. There you go. I got mine right here. Too bad I can't show it to you, but that's okay.
Yeah, no worries.
Hey, listen, lot of information in there. I'm still gonna read it one more time so I can grasp, because it's a little intense for me. It's a good book, but I'm just saying, I'm not smart enough. I'm not smart enough to read it one time and understand it. So I'm gonna do it.
No, it's not that you're not smart enough. It's just we throw a lot of dates really fast. We try to cram it all in there, so it's definitely a weird read. Yeah.
But it is great, man. Look, all jokes aside, I appreciate what you're doing. For the matter of fact that growing up, there is nowhere that this type of information was available for Christians or non-Christian, or even for people who want to deconstruct.
Right.
So now this really helps make this deconstruction a lot easier. I'm not surprised that a lot of people come up here and argue with you, despite the fact of all the information, all the proof that you have, yet they want to argue. Like the last two guys, it's just amazing. It's like you laid it out, and this guy is still like, oh well, I still I still don't believe it. I still believe that this guy existed or whatever.
Right.
And I'm not saying that, so the cognitive dissonance really proves it, but I like the way you told that guy, you don't have to make Christians look bad. God did do an excellent job of it.
Yeah, they
They
just kind of do
a great
it.
job of sounding so stupid, so I'm sorry, that's just how I feel about that. They are so dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I know 5% of them, only 5% could read and write back then 2,000 years ago, but now only 5% got common sense. So,
Yeah, only 5% have actually read it. Like, they can all read,
Right.
but have they actually read it? Yeah.
Sure, read it.
Yeah.
So, hey,
That's funny.
I just want to come up and say that, man. Thank you so much. Keep doing what you're doing.
Oh, thank you very much. That is King Cola, everybody. King Cola. Oh, that is awesome. That's awesome. I like that guy. I'm going to let that play out. Yeah, if you can, grab a copy of Christ Before Jesus, everybody. Grab a copy of Christ Before Jesus if you can. It's like a cheat sheet. It's like a cheat sheet to everything I'm going to say, just about. And if you don't want to spend some money, don't worry about it. Mythicism.web.app is an amazing website that goes over a lot of stuff that we have in the book, a lot of stuff that we go over here on the live, and more. And more. Billy Mays here. Anyways, so the point is, definitely check it out. Here is the website right here. It is mythicism.web.app. It goes over a lot of this really cool stuff. It brings receipts. It is from my friend Gray Eyes, who is in the chat. I believe he's in the chat. I don't know. I think I saw him. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it is awesome. And you can actually alphabetize all this kind of stuff. Like if you want stuff about Marcion, you want stuff about like relics, you want stuff about like Clement or Celsus or Josephus or something like that. You definitely can. Or if you just want to sort it by the time frame that it's supposedly in, that's really good as well. And there's also a Discord. Make sure that if you see a Discord link there on YouTube or TikTok, if you are coming from a place of good faith and you actually are interested in this kind of conversation, even if you're somebody who disagrees and you just at least want to learn a little bit more or connect with some of the people who have a lot of awesome streams in here, including the streamer of the week, Chaos Engine Gaming. Definitely check out that Discord. It is called Deconstructing Chaos, and it's not just me. It's not like my Discord or anything like that. I'm just there. I just live here, and there are multiple channels there on that Discord for other people who are streaming and stuff like that, and some really good resources as well. So definitely check that out. Speaking of people who stream and are part of that Discord, Deconstructing Chaos, we've got my good friend. Oh no, he disconnected. All right, we'll settle for him. Adam, here we go.
Oh, hello.
All right, Adam, wait, what you got?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hell yeah. I had a question. So when I'm not busy reading Christ Before Jesus, I do read other literature.
Yeah.
I was reading Frederick Engels on early Christianity.
Okay.
And this is going somewhere.
Oh. Oh boy.
So, no, it's not going there. It's going. It's related.
It definitely sounds like it might be related.
He said that he thinks the first, and granted this isn't like the 1800s, and he's not a biblical scholar, but he thinks the first book of the New Testament that was written was Revelation, because he's saying,
really, I would have thought that Engels would be more associated with revolution.
Oh well, touche, my friend. Because he was saying that like if it's all shit talking to Nero and it's talking about like the wounded kingdom or whatever is Nero and all this other stuff, then it would probably be written around like 68 to 69. And he laid out some good points for it, but it wouldn't make sense if Revelation is referencing Jesus so much. Like it would still have to come after Marcion, right?
So the thing is, during the sections that show up as a different author there in Revelation, which is roughly about chapters 4 through 20, we see that Jesus doesn't really do anything, and he's not explicitly named as doing anything on his own. Like,
Okay.
he's kind of like tacked on. Like you'll see like God and his son Jesus.
Okay. Because
Like it's really weird how that is presented.
yeah, and I'm not super familiar on like the different authorship or whatever with the stilometries, particularly on Revelation. But me and my friend were talking about it, and it was just an interesting thing that like if this is referring to Nero so much, and it seems to be some kind of like work, maybe during the Second Roman Jewish War, then why are they referencing Jesus so much if Jesus, was like a Marcionite invention?
Like in Revelation?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
But
just
I
because
wasn't
later
aware.
on they just use something that is Hebrew or written in Hebrew or Aramaic, some apocalyptic stuff about Nero. And then what they end up doing is they end up tacking on chapters at the beginning in Greek, chapters at the end in Greek, and then they translate the
Mhm.
rest of it to Greek and use it. It's
Okay.
the only portion of the New Testament that came up as being written in Aramaic first. And so that would show us that it was something, and it's the sections where Jesus isn't really doing anything on its own. That would show us that like the Greek translation also added Jesus in like as a slight edit.
Okay.
And then the
So
sections before it and after it definitely talk a lot about Jesus. Definitely.
it's similar to like Luke, how Luke's
Yeah.
just basically taking Evangelion and then putting stuff at the beginning and end.
Yep.
They just kind of did the same with an earlier work.
We're also finding that in the Old Testament as well. That's the easiest way, as well as the Quran. That's the easiest way to take text, is to take something that already existed and then just add like an intro to it and maybe an outro that kind of ties it all together. You could make slight edits throughout, but you don't want to add too much stuff in the middle because then you got to try to work on how it weaves through the story, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense.
But the Book of Revelation, we say that it is just apocalyptic literature from Jewish people, possibly over Nero, possibly also from Hadrian, which would be later on anyways. But it's most likely over Nero. They're probably getting that correct. But then what ends up happening is the Christians use it, translate it into Greek, and then utilize it and add their stuff to it in order to like add chapters to the beginning, add chapters to the end, write in Jesus a couple times, and then just say, hey, this is a text that is kind of sort of talking about like the coming of Jesus as opposed to someone else. And they're trying to present it that way. But the Christians they weren't even huge fans of it. It didn't really get approved as far as part of the canon or being part of the canon goes until like the 3rd century or something. Like they definitely weren't super big fans of it.
Right. I know, like what that and Daniel. They almost didn't put Daniel on the canon too, right?
I don't know off the top of my head for Daniel, but that sounds about right. I mean, anything that's really going to be really apocalyptic in nature, it's kind of tough to say, hey, this is something that is good, because like the past, you can just kind of talk about the past, but anything that's trying to make like futuristic claims or any kind of like prophecies, it's like, well, that's tough, because do you really buy into the prophecy? Do you believe that the prophecy's been fulfilled? Are you trying to say that the prophecy hasn't been fulfilled? How does it work with your theology? That kind of thing. An old narrative story, you can say that happened, but then something else changes it or something. But a prophecy, you gotta be pretty lockstep with it if you're going to include it in your text.
How nuts would it have been if they would have left Revelation and Daniel out of the Bible? How different would things be if they didn't? Another Revelation special is really contentious.
Oh,
to
yeah.
even get in there. Like,
in all honesty, if they didn't put Revelation into the text, or Apocalypse as it's also called, then, man, I feel like there probably would be a lot less like of the crazy variety of Christians, in the sense that there wouldn't be really much to go off of for like end of the world bullshit, that kind of thing. So I think that while Christianity probably still would have thrived and everything like that, it probably would have just looked pretty different, because they're not actively trying to say the world is going to end, but rather that like this is just kind of more way of thinking, way of acting kind of thing. It might be a little closer to Buddhism if it was just like the Gospels or something like that. With Paul's letters, it's a little bit more like it's there's a lot more of a regiment to it. Like there's laws or rules, but Revelation is just like, that's just fucking Chronicles of Narnia shit. Like it's just weird. Like it's
Yeah, I mean, I agree. That's kind of what I think. That's what brain breaks so many Christians, because that's where a lot of your, hellfire and brimstone shit comes from. So if you never had that, wow, it
Oh
would
yeah.
have been way different.
Oh yeah. I think that it would have been probably like at a halfway point between Christianity now and like Buddhism or something like that. It would be a little closer to that if it wasn't for Revelation.
They would have at least been a lot more tolerable. I'll say that.
Yeah, I'd say. Yeah, I'd say. I mean, they'd still be wrong, but tolerable, probably a little more. Yeah.
Well, I got to go back to work, Dad. Fat Jesus abides.
Wow, Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God. I was going to ask him when he was going live later, but god damn. Damn, son, where'd you find this? All right, let's see. There's somebody here who's chirping in the chat. Might be able to have a conversation with them. Oh, no, they've just been watching for over 22 minutes. They don't even have their account public. All right, so let's see. $5. Caesar Tuberous says, been listening since the first queef on the board. Became a member today. Stopped being a member of a certain engineer. Oh, my God. Well, let me go ahead. What button do I push? I don't even know. I don't even know what button to push there.
Boom, roasted.
We'll go with that. All right.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Anyways. Caesar Tuberous, thank you very much for your super chat there. And thank you for becoming a member as well. That is awesome. Yeah. You know, I'm not gonna say a lot there, but yeah, it's kind of rough. Look, here's how do you say, okay. So at one point in time, well, still today, people started using, at one point in time they started this, yeah. At one point in time, people started using Bart Ehrman quotes to try to show that Jesus existed when talking to mythicists, all right? And what that means is that what Bart Ehrman was doing was he was becoming the token atheist friend. He was giving them ammunition to go off and fight some fight that was stupid, all right? Because Jesus didn't exist. It's whatever. But, you know, the things that Ehrman was saying was giving them the tools that they needed to go against someone like, say, Carrier, all right? Ehrman and Carrier actually, I don't know if they've ever fully debated. I don't know. I know Ehrman debated Price. I don't know if Carrier did. I don't know. But here's my point. Now, Carrier and his mouthpiece, Godless Engineer, they are the ones getting quoted by Christians to try to say that we are wrong. My, how the turntables. I mean, what? So, look, all I'm saying is if you are being quoted by Christians on a daily basis, in order to try to, for them to try to make some point about how Christianity is good, you fucked up somewhere. If you were being quoted by Christians, you fucked up. What did you do? You need to rethink a lot of decisions that led you to this point. Like a lot. Because that just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And it's funny because, like, it's worse. It's even worse in that case because, like, someone arguing, like, the talking point of, like what Ehrman says in his book about, like, Jesus and his historicity, that makes sense that it would be quoted against Carrier because he talks about Jesus' historicity. In this particular case, me and Carrier agree. Me and Godless agree. Jesus didn't exist. We agree on that. That's what we agree about. What you're talking about, you've moved on to something else like stellometry or something, which is only about 15 to 20% of our argument anyways. So it's so strange. It's so strange when they get brought up like that. It's so weird. But anyways, glad to have you here. Glad to have you here, Caesar Tuberous. Glad to have you here. All right, R, really quick. I gotta go here in a second, so we're gonna do some rapid fire stuff. R, what you got?
Oh, well, I just wanted to ask, like, more generally, because you're asking if Jesus in full never existed as, like, a proof that it's wrong. Like, are you arguing from like a theological perspective, or is that like the historicity?
No. Even the natural Jesus and Paul as presented by the New Testament, as well as the Quran and the Book of Mormon, did not exist.
How'd you know that?
Because the way that they're presented in the New Testament is not only illogical because it contradicts itself, it's also impossible because of anachronisms within the text, which talk about things and places and concepts that Jesus visits and talks about that just weren't there in the 30s.
Well, it might not be historically accurate.
Well, then, yeah, there you go. So what Jesus do you believe in?
How do you know? Yeah, no, that's true. But then he could still be a historical figure, which was just written about as like a.
All right. Well, if you want to go and find a Jesus in name only, or a Gino, as I like to call them, that doesn't have anything to do with the New Testament, then knock yourself out. There's plenty of them. My favorite is one that's mentioned in Josephus, who dies on the walls of the walls of Jerusalem there, defending them against the Romans in 70 CE. He dies of an overdose of Roman catapult. However, the Jesus of the New Testament would not be that guy.
Okay, I was just curious.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if you count out the New Testament and you count out the people who are talking about the New Testament character, then I mean I don't know what Jesus you'd be talking about. And if you found a Jesus, he wouldn't have anything to do with the New Testament, in which case I'd still be correct.
Yeah, I mean, you seem to be very like well versed because you talk about Josephus and the kind of historicity and Bottom, and I'm not gonna act like I'm super well versed in this kind of thing, but for me, from an outsider at least, it seems strange that the figure of Jesus has such like a universal and like huge spread, and
universal
like
spread because it was spread by Roman. The countries that were there in the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire becomes Christian in 380, and then after it dissolves, you have France, you have England, you have Spain, you have Portugal, you got the Netherlands, you got Italy that goes around all over the world colonizing everybody. Why else do you think people in South America know who Jesus is? It's not because they met Jesus. It's because people who used to be part of the Roman Empire, which was Christian, showed up at their doorstep with swords and guns.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying, like, not even the spread worldwide, just even the fact that it caused a religion. Like, it would seem strange that somebody never exists. Like, it was made up. Jesus was kind of made up by a group of people. I don't know
why.
Why
people believe in Zeus? Wasn't that just made up by a group of people?
Yeah, I suppose so. But
yeah,
they don't
it's just mythology. Yeah, but they believe that Hercules did.
At the same time, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah. So yeah, that's how I would do it. I do have to go, so I'm going to go ahead and drop you down here. I did want to hit really quick there, Geos for Yahweh. What you got really fast? You got like a couple seconds. What you got?
I just wanted to say Constantine absolutely cooked you, bro.
Who's Constantine?
Absolutely cooked you.
Oh, Constantine. Okay. No, Constantine. That's the guy who brought up his own evidence, and then his evidence showed something that was different, and he wanted me to explain his evidence to him. Yeah, not really. All right, moving on to Jeremy Uncut. What you got? Oh, you muted yourself. Oh, there you go.
Sorry about how you guys doing, man. So
yeah, I got to hop off in just a second. I apologize, but what you got?
No problem. I just want to, I don't want it to be contentious or nothing. So we know that for the most part, the Gospels are anonymous. We could agree on that, right? For the most part. All right. So, but in reality, why don't we ever find any evidence of any of these Gospels written in any other name anywhere? Like you would think if they're forgeries, they would.
We did.
Find
the bulk of Luke. The bulk of Luke, like chapters 4 through 22, come from Marcion.
Really? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Published in 144. Have you ever heard of the concept of the Q document?
Yes.
Yep. That'd be Marcion's Evangelion, 2nd century.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, even
that,
even the two-source hypothesis, which is the current like consensus at the moment within scholarship, even that implies that there are gospels that are something else. Like there's material in the gospels, like Matthew and Luke, that comes from something else.
And you would think that if the church is using this for control or whatnot, they would use different pen names like Mary or Peter.
Or they do. There's other gospels that do. There's a gospel of Mary. There's a proto-evangelion of James. There's a gospel of Peter. There's a gospel of the Nazarenes. There's a gospel of the Hebrews.
I know that, but I'm saying the ones that are actually in the Bible and the main ones that are used. You would think that.
No, those are just the ones that are really
names,
popular.
Right?
Those are just the ones that are popular. They only picked 4 in Irenaeus in 180 picked 4 because there's north, east, south, and west. There's four cardinal directions, so he's just going to pick 4. That's literally what he said. So it's just luck of the draw that they're those.
Where can I find this?
Irenaeus, like in his writings.
Interesting. I'm going to look this up and come back.
Let me see if. Let me see. Irenaeus, 4 Gospels. Why?
Because I'm not trying to be right. I want the truth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it says around 185 CE. I'm just going to read this to you, but then I got to go. Around 185 CE, the Christian leader Irenaeus argued that in his book Against Heresies that there could only be 4 authentic gospels. He stated that the number 4 matched the physical world, pointing to the 4 corners of the universe, the 4 principal winds, and the 4 living creatures around God's throne. Exactly. Dumb as shit. He just kind of picked it.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be right. Like, people who argue they want to be right. I just want the truth.
Oh, no. I mean, yeah, you can go check it out. He's pretty clear about it. Irenaeus also thought that Jesus lived to be 50, by the way. He gives an argument for it. He's nuts. Anyways, and it's pretty clear that they're still coming up with the Jesus character even in the late 2nd century. That's the point. Like it's not done yet. Like they're still working on it. Yeah.
Do you know when you're coming back?
Yeah. Well, yeah, tomorrow. I go live every morning at about 9:30 or so, 9:30 to 10 a.m. Central.
I'll read up and I'll come back tomorrow.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Thanks, thanks, Jeremy. All right. And thank you to anybody and everybody stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. I will see you guys later. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. Over on the YouTube side, thank you very, very much for the super chats. Thank you very much for the donation there, Amir, for the memberships. If you are a member, you get to check out some content that is member only, like exclusives. So that is a lot of fun. Thank you very much for doing that. And if you have any questions or you want to come up, you can definitely click the link tomorrow. I take guests on TikTok. Also, make sure to send me a subscription so that you can get alerted for it and everything tomorrow. I will be back tomorrow morning. You've been Tube. I've just been CBJ.